for you folks who might not know them to identify themselves, and I'll start with Ms. Parker. Fred Chang. I'm Frank Reed.
Arla Sturgeluski.
And my name is Bill Sheffield.
Larry Brony.
And Evie Walters is our executive secretary. And we'll go from here into public hearing. We've heard in the various areas quite a little bit of input. We know that there has generated quite a considerable amount of interest in some of the items in the charter. We would like to have you address those items that you agree or disagree with and advise us. Anything that you have in the way of constructive criticism will be welcome. We hope you can be specific. We do not tend to limit the time you take other than to see that there's enough limitation that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. It's varied from time to time, so if you'll keep in mind that everyone else here may want to be heard, try to keep your remarks short and to the point. We don't want to engage in extensive discussions unless there are questions that are just not understandable to you in the charter. We do have a quorum here tonight. I see a number of people here in the audience who do desire to be heard. I know I'll start out with saying I note that my wife is here first.
No, go ahead.
And I do note that Mr. Chase of the Human Rights Commission is here, and Mr. Hume of the Greater Anchorage Chamber of Commerce.
Mr. Sharp.
And Mr. Sharp. Simon and Hayes. I will ask who would like to be heard first. I'll take the privilege of the chair and have my wife off my mind. I'll ask her to start out. Ron might say.
Is that fair? No, I'm trying to get rid of it.
You don't have to answer that one. You can stay as long as you want. You're welcome.
You know, I really meant to read the charter when we came back from vacation. I pulled them out of the paper, and then all of a sudden they all disappeared. And it wasn't until this morning at about 10 o'clock I could shake him down to bring back one copy so I could see it. But the other day in a conversation at lunchtime, I realized that the community councils were something we should know a little bit about. And I really wasn't at all knowledgeable about what a community council involved, although I'd heard little rumblings about one in the South Edition. So I decided to ask some questions. And we do have a community council. Some time ago, received a notice in the mail about a community council being formed, and then was aware the other day that night there would be a meeting, although I didn't receive the notice, nor did many other people in the area. I think the notice was pretty generally mailed out by the borough for the first one, with some question in my mind as to why the borough was mailing out notices for what I thought was a pressure group. We had another group in the area that was quite alarmed about some building going on, and many people are confused about which group is which, and not aware of the fact that the South Edition Community Council is something that has come up after the legislation in August, an ordinance passed by the Greater Anchorage Borough, and I have a few copies of that here. I'm anxious that the charter, the success or failure of the charter not be tied specifically to the community council, because I do not feel that enough people understand the community council concept. It's new. People haven't paid too much attention to it, and even in our own South Edition area, I did a little phoning in the short time that I had today off of the voter list, and just tried to do it alphabetically, and found that of the people I was able to contact, 8 did not know what a community council was, and 5 did know, had some idea of what it was, or a few knew rather specifically what it was. Last night I went to a potluck supper for women only from all over town, and I said, I'm short of time. I want to appear at the Charter Commission tomorrow, and may I ask you, how many of you people know what the community council is? What the new community council concept is? How many of you feel you understand it? And 4 raised their hands of 30. And these were all women that are pretty knowledgeable on most things. 4 said they knew what it was. The rest of them said they didn't. We have in the what would be the South Edition Community Council, went down to the election office today to check how many people this would encompass in that boundary, which has been spelled out as Seat Street, Chester Creek to the inlet. And that adds up to about 2,437 people, registered voters in that community council. And I don't see any way that that can be handled to represent that many people short of a formal election. I don't think it can be handled on an informal basis. The legislation, the ordinance by the borough provides for charging up to $5 a year per person membership dues in the council. We all know there are going to be some expenses involved. The money's going to have to come from somewhere. Now, for instance, they had 2 copies of the bylaws for the South Edition Community Council, and in order to bring some along today, I had to go down and have some printed. Now, just printing these up for 2,400 voters is an expense. Mailing notices out, which is really the only effective way to get them out, is an expense, as we all know. And apparently these last notices, they weren't sure how they went out. Some through the schools, they are using the South Edition market there as a place to post the notices, but that isn't entirely effective. And so anyway, somebody's going to have to come up with financing for this. And I think the only fair way to do it, if I'm going to be represented by a South Edition council, I think everybody in the South Edition should be a member, should be a voting member of that. And it should be set up on a formal election basis, probably at the same time you're electing your councilman, so that you vote for your representative from the South Edition Council if it in fact becomes another level of government. Now, it isn't entirely binding, but if they really do speak for the South Edition, they've got a real big order, and I think everybody should have an equal right to go in and an equal weighted vote to elect those people. I can even foresee the possibility of another campaign to be financed and carried on within that area, because that is a larger population than many small cities are. I think that's really the message I want to deliver, is that people do not understand this, I think there's a very definite tendency, if they don't understand something, to vote against it. I don't think there's time between now and August to educate people on what a community council is, what its potential is, and have them really understand it, particularly during the summer when people are not paying too much attention to these details. And I think it's likely to be quite controversial at this time. It's too bad it came at the same time to introduce these councils that the charter was being ripped, because if they'd had a couple of years before to get the bugs out of it, sort of a trial and error basis, and people accepted them and wanted them, that would not put the charter writers on the spot to decide whether to include them specifically in the new concept of this charter. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Maxine.
Mr. Chairman,
Mary?
Maxine, I think that the community councils are intended to meet another government level. We have quite a large number of people, particularly in the outside borough,
I think everybody
that
they have a
need,
real need.
that has a real need for this
Yeah.
sort of thing. I am surprised that in your immediate neighborhood, out of the 13 that you called, you got as high a response.
Well,
Have
they've
some
already got
idea
the
about it.
council. You'd think they'd
Yes.
know.
But even so, the number of folks that signed up to organize that council, out of the number present in the area that they proposed to encompass, is very minor, and you and I both know it.
That
The community council, as our borough ordinance ordained it, was the first step. This proposal for the community council does give it some powers, which that one did not. Going on to this, you're quite right. I'm sure that there will be some sort of formal organization.
formal election.
Yes, and it is intended to point this out, that if powers are granted to it, then it would have to have an election, and we left out the word area at the end of that statement, because it is an election in the area, not among those who were in an informal council, is absolutely intended.
Well, my appeal really is to make it not mandatory, but possible, if you
This
want
is-
to, under the charter, so that
This is
Yeah.
possible, not
and
mandatory.
nothing mandatory about it. That if you want the council, you can have it. If you want to skip it, it doesn't involve the charter.
There's nothing in here that says it's mandatory, and it's not intended to be. Not intended to be mandatory.
Okay, well, I want to be sure.
Mrs. Grundy, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Barbara?
On Article 5, Community Council, Section 5.03, Establishment, the last paragraph. Does that,
It should have area before the period. Community council area. In other words, it's an election in the area, not by the community council as informally established.
then there's going to be a change?
Yes, this is pointing it out. If the people in the community council wanted to negotiate for powers with the new assembly, then they would have to have a formal organization with a formal election in the area, is what this is intended to say.
And, all right, then, that answers my question. Will it be self-explanatory?
It calls for there being ordinances to go into more detail. This section intends that the assembly have ordinances to spell out how they'll go about doing it.
That reassures me, but I wonder if it will reassure the council.
I hope so. We're going to have to do some sort of publicity in an educational way, as both you and Maxine are pointing out, to try to get across that it is not mandatory, but it is a possibility if an area does want some sub-government. And it does give the protection that the Assembly will negotiate the rights with them. It doesn't say they'll give them to them for forever. If it proved to be disadvantageous to those who are not in the community council, there's nothing to prevent the Assembly from reassuming the power. But taking it for granted that the power that they granted the community council did not infringe upon others' rights, there's no reason why they couldn't have it indefinitely.
In the South Edition, I have the copy of their bylaws, and they have incorporated, as I understand, a non-profit corporation. And the casual person couldn't drift in off the street, living there, and really vote in a non-profit corporation. And I would object very strongly to seeing this represent the area unless every person in the area has a vote in that community council. And the only way I see
There's no closed membership.
I know, but who's going to elect the people? Can anybody, a resident of the area, come into a nonprofit corporation and elect the officers?
So long as they live in the area. I think if you read the incorporation papers, I think if you'll read their incorporation papers, there is non-exclusiveness in them.
Well, it does say that, but I figured that it provides for the being membership of not only people who live in the area, but residents, property owners, representatives from nonprofit associations or other entities located within geographical areas designated as districts by the Borough Assembly. I would object to anybody having to pay dues to belong to that organization to have a vote to elect the officers. In other words, if I'm going to be represented, I think everybody should be represented. It's forcing you into that organization if they're going to represent you, whether you really want to go in or not. I mean, if they're going to represent the area, you better participate, or if you don't, you're not really being represented. It's kind of the way I feel about it. In other words, it's one more level of government. And if you don't participate, you're not being represented.
I'd like to interrupt here and ask you folks to run through the chair because this can evolve into a debate that doesn't get anywhere. And, I prefer to have a...
Mr. Chairman, before we leave the subject, if the community council were to hold an election in an area, who would pay for the election and who would supervise the election?
This is not set forth in the charter. It would be determined by ordinance. And I understand that in the South Edition Council, there's a $5 dues, and they'll accept the donations up to $50. But that doesn't appear right to me. But that is not set forth in the charter. It would be set forth by ordinance by the Assembly or the Council. So I can't give you a square answer. That's all. Maxine will. All right. Thank you for being here. I'm going to ask Mr. Hume, whom I understand represents the Greater Anchorage Chamber of Commerce and who has I understand, a position from them to speak next, if you would.
Thank you, Chairman.
Have that seat there, or
I can stand up.
fine.
As President of the Chamber of Commerce, I would like to say that the Chamber of Commerce has supported and continues to support unification, called a special board meeting this morning, which we had probably the largest attendance we've had in any of our board meetings. The instructions to the board at the meeting was that we were there to review the charter proposal and make recommendations. That was the only topic on our agenda. I pointed out to them that we were at step 4 in the outline of the adoption of the unification and the charter, and that if we could get by step 5 and get it approved, we would have the unification which we sought in this community for a long time. The board met. We have some recommendations to make. I would like to state that these recommendations received a unanimous vote before the directors. And I'll read their report to you. The Board of Directors of the Greater Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, representing 750 local members, congratulate and commend the Commission for its outstanding accomplishment represented by the first draft of the Charter of Unification of City and Borough Governments. We appreciate the considerable time and dedicated effort of the Commission in drafting this new charter. It is our belief the charter, brief and concise, will provide a good basic constitutional foundation for the new municipality. In response to your request for feedback, the Chamber wishes to comment and offer suggestions for your consideration. We endorse and support all your present proposals, with the exception of the following 4 areas on which we make the following recommendations. Number 1, the executive branch. We recommend that the mayor be the presiding officer and that he participate in all assembly meetings to the same extent as an assemblyman, which includes voting with no veto power. This approach would eliminate the conflicts and duplication which can develop between the mayor and the assembly in your proposal. Also, it is recommended that the municipal attorney and manager be appointed by the assembly. They would serve at the pleasure of and be responsible to the assembly. We further recommend the mayor pro tem be selected by the assembly from among its members annually after each general election. If a vacancy occurs, the mayor pro tem will serve as acting mayor until a successor is elected and takes office. During temporary absences of the mayor pro tem would act as mayor. Number 2, multi-member election districts. We believe multi-member election districts to be the best system between single-member districts and election districts at large. Experience has shown that the power of single assemblyman or assemblywoman representation is not in the best interest of the people from that district. One district representative can more readily be influenced by a pressure group. Every assemblyman should represent the entire area. Therefore, it is recommended that there be 2 election districts with 3 assembly members and 2 election districts with 2 assembly members within the municipal area. The 11th member of the assembly will be the mayor, who will be elected at large. 3, community councils, commissions, ombudsmen, and staff. In order to keep the charter brief and to facilitate the establishment or disestablishment of such bodies as the future dictates, it is our recommendation that the community council, commissions, ombudsmen, and staff details be deleted from the charter. This is not to be construed as indicating opposition by the Chamber of Commerce, but is believed that these entities can best serve the community by included later by ordinance. Number 4, incumbent school board members. It is our recommendation that incumbent school board members serve out their current terms to which they have been elected. Those individuals have been elected by the people and we see no reason to hold a new election which would interrupt the continuity of the school board in its present status. Again, we compliment and thank you for your efforts in formulating a unification charter. Hopefully, consideration will be given our recommendations to the extent the Greater Anchorage Chamber of Commerce and its 750 members will support and actively campaign for the new charter's adoption. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman?
you, Mr. Young. Are there any questions from the commission? Alice?
Mr. Chairman, Ken, would you be kind enough to go over again, I missed your comment on the districts, how many and how many of each?
Yeah, I'll give you copies.
Oh, well, that'll help.
2 of 3 and 2 of 2 and 1 of 7.
2 of 3 and 2 of 2. Okay.
Yes, Ms. Parker?
You said that the multi-member districts, it was the best between the at-large and single member. What if you took just multi and single? How would you compromise between those two?
We'd be for the multi.
Yeah, but if you had to compromise between the multi and single and you didn't have choices either, that had to come up with a compromise.
We need to have some single and some multi, but I don't see that you can do that.
Mr. Chairman,
Sheffield?
again, did you have a term of time for the mayor's office on that, on your suggestions?
3-year terms.
3 years? And did you have a limit on number of terms?
Two terms, and then it'd have to be
2 terms.
You agree with how we have that
We agree
written?
with that recommendation. The mayor is no more than 2 consecutive terms.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Parker?
Because Anchorage is growing, with the representation, do you think that the assembly should be bigger than 11 or remain 11?
No, we will walk into 11 recommendations. That's not.
Mr. Young, if I may ask, but it's been mentioned that presently we have an assembly and a council and representation total 20. Do you think the reduction from 20 to 11 is feasible from an operational standpoint?
I think that's the whole purpose of the unification.
Are there any other questions from the commission, Mr. Sheffield?
No.
Mr. Chairman, since
Yeah.
we're on representation, wasn't there a survey made before the charter was written to see what some of these opinions were for taxpayers, and what was the result of the representation on multi-member, single, or
There was, you've got it there. Yes.
On the representation, there were 9 choices given. Just straight single members received almost 37%. And then there were single member districts at large, single member districts plus some at large, single member districts plus some at large received a little over 20%. Then there were 2 forms of single member district at large. Some were, within a precinct, people live there, and the whole community voted on it. That would be almost 12%. The single-member district where the person wouldn't have to live in the district, but they could run from that district. That was a little over 2.5%. Multi-member districts received almost 10%. At large was 11%, and then between other no preference and don't know, that was about another 10%.
Then how was the election? Did you come out for single member?
Would you identify
I'm
yourself?
Peggy Willing, and I'm just representing taxpayers in general, just.
Mr. Hill?
It's our opinion as a Chamber of Commerce, regardless of your survey or question, you take further survey to interpret whether the person understood the question. The voter does not understand the question.
The voters that I had talked to, friends and neighbors, that was one thing that's mentioned over and over again, is they want single-member districts. They have seen far too much of people being elected by people who do not live anywhere in your area, and they would like to have a little bit closer touch with their representatives. I realize this might make the membership larger, and that's a problem that would have to be considered. Maybe a compromise could be worked out between at-large and single-member, but most of the voters, most of the people I know want single-member. That was one of the important things they wanted taken care of in the charter.
Our recommendation is not at large, only the mayor is at large.
Your recommendation is for multi-member districts. Any other questions of Mr. Hill?
Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Hume's had his say.
But,
Mr. Hume has had his say.
well, actually, Mr. Wills interposed that while he was still on the floor, so
I thought he'd finished. He
well,
read the
I
whole
want to know
thing.
if
Give
there are any
Mr.
other
Copper.
questions of Mr. Hill. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now, I'm going to ask you, if it's all right, we have a presentation we received tonight from Mr. Chase. Would you care to speak now? Identify yourself and your position if you would.
My name is James H. Chase. I'm the Executive Director of the City of Bainbridge Human Relations Committee. And I have a letter which I've given you, and I don't want to insult you, so I'm going to start reading it. That's not necessary. If you have questions or if you would like to read it, I will.
Well, it might be of interest to others if it's only a two-page, right?
This is from the City of Bainbridge Human Relations Commission request that the Charter Committee consider the attached of the change to the draft charter to feel that the main human resources is more indicative of an agency that should be helping prevention oriented as well as enforcement oriented. And for your reference, I would members of the audience, we talk about how there are 14 federal provisions, 14.01 and many agencies currently are inappropriately named with respect to what image they wish to present to the community they serve. We should not let the opportunity for constructive change pass us by. Human resources, as the title, is an emerging one in this country, but does not in this community have much of a connotation. I believe that this is fortunate because the local public is not biased in this respect and is now very ready to learn and accept changes in governmental structures and policies. This is an ideal time, therefore, to educate the community of the meaning of human resources. The agency which provides various helping services. The agency which implements programs to prevent illegal discrimination. An agency which enforces the ordinances enacted against discrimination. Though all of these particulars are not appropriate for inclusion in the charter, it is hoped that the rationale is accepted as valid and utilized when the ordinances are prepared. And I continue to say that feel free to contact me if you have any more needs of information or aid. The attachment basically renamed what was the Equal Rights Commission to the Human Resources Commission. And we changed section 102, that is 1402 to 1401, to, for emphasis sake, putting Human Resources Commission first, and then following it up with 1402 being equal rights.
Are there any questions from the commission?
I do have a question, Mr. Hume, purely defensive of my nature, because I wanted more or less to understand the rationale of the chamber in not wanting commissions and boards and ombudsmen and charter. And if you would allow, Mr. Ombudsman,
You care to respond, Mr. Hill?
Let's say the primary goal is unification. These commissions and boards should be at the discretion of the assembly to create. They can also, if they no longer need the commission board, they can then disband the board. And the unification should not be voted upon those, that those things should be created as the need is. We recognize the need, we support them all. We don't think they have to be part of the commission, part of it, because then they are built in permanently through the charter, the Constitution. Those should be created that way.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. And is that all you had, Mr. Chase? That, were you complete with your presentation?
I'm complete, but I'm ready to answer questions.
Right on.
Any questions here? Not, thank you very much for being here and for making the presentation. Are there any others here tonight to be heard or wish to be heard? Mr. Sharp?
Chairman, Commission, my interest in the charter goes back to a number of years. I can support much of what Hume said. I think you should first look at the form of government. I think the form that you're proposing is not the best that you could propose. I could be considered prejudiced on this subject, but I also could be considered experienced in this too. I think you have to be very distinct and clear in fixing the authority. I think you have to fix it in the assembly. If you're going to have the authority split in the so-called co-equal approach to local government conflict that can be avoided. And I would recommend, highly recommend, that you adopt clear-cut authority invested in the Assembly. Further recommend that the manager plan is the plan that will bring you the most responsive government that you can have in the local community. Responsive because the manager is responsible to the elected assembly or council, whichever name you choose. And you'll get more response from the executive on that basis than you'll ever get otherwise. That's the principal recommendation that I have to you this evening. Adopt a clear-cut manager plan. Have continuity in your assembly at least 3 years. And certainly make the mayor the presiding officer of part of the assembly. If you are in the right to vote, you shouldn't have the veto power. If you have at least the uneven number doesn't vote, then the veto power, I don't think is too bad.
Say that one more time. I think I got it.
Suppose you have a total of 11 as you're proposing. The mayor is a member but non-voting, so you have 10. He can vote to break a tie, but he has the veto power. This is common throughout the territory and a number of cities in the United States today. It's not unusual. Certainly, if you want to continue on the track of this chart, then the removal of any member, any elected member should be uniform and the same. Recall certainly is a provision you have to put in the chart. You have no choice, it's required by law to include a recall provision. In fact, I think it's in the Constitution of the state. So I don't think there should be other means of removal of the mayor other than the same mechanism or machinery that is there to remove a member of the Senate. You have certainly a situation that could be quite unbearable. You have conflict between the mayor and the Assembly. They have the power of setting the procedure for his removal. You can see you're heading into a real difficult area. So I think simple, good recall provision is all we need for any elected official, insofar as it's removed from office. The authority to create citizens board commissions of various types certainly should be in the charter. I don't think you should go beyond that. If so, I have a half a dozen commissions and boards that I would think should be in the charter. These are highly important to the safety of the community and the welfare of the community. But if you put them all in and try to describe their duties sufficient that they will function, then you're going to have a charter so long and unwieldy that the average voter will never get it read, and I don't know what he'll do when he starts to vote. So I certainly support Ken Hume's remarks. Keep this as simple and as short as you can. Give the Assembly the power that it needs to create any board or commission that might be needed. Many boards and commissions serve a very useful purpose, but their duties and functions have to be well defined, otherwise you get conflict between that board and commission, the executive or even the legislative body. I'm going to refrain from going through much of the detail that I'm sure you'll pick up on your editing later on. I find that some of your titles, you chairman one place, president, assembly another, you got constitution, union charter, those things I'm sure that you picked up too. I commend you for the speed you got the draft public, you got the hearing started, and I appreciate these things that we picked up at a later date. Another item that I think is important, particularly will be important to me, the city board, is I think the extraordinary authority to sell utilities that's removed in this charter from what exists in the city charter is a core move. Extraordinary majority to sell utilities that is contained in the city charter, I think it should be retained in this one. I don't think it's an ordinary thing when you sell utilities that, or even consider the sale of utilities that probably today have a value of $150 to $200 million. So I think the 60% requirements in the city charter should be put into this charter. My interpretation of the statutes and certainly your legal counsel can advise you on, is that you must make a provision for spreading of debt to those facilities that are used very wide by the new government. I don't think you have a choice. You have to write a provision into this charter to provide for spread. How it's spread can be left to the assembly. The fact that it should be spread is very often the borough has its empty park back. It's going to be used area-wide. That debt should be spread. The city has the same thing. That debt should be spread. It's going to be used area-wide. There are other facilities that are in the same category, be used area-wide. I don't think the spreading of that debt is going to be a particular burden to any area of the community when you spread it on an area-wide basis. But I do think it's mandatory that you put it in the charter. I think you should put a deadline that will be considered and done within some reasonable period of time, 1 to 2 years. I find your dual fiscal years contained in the draft quite interesting. Containing the schools as it is and the general government of the new municipality on a calendar year basis. I think most of you know that the federal government is changing its fiscal year, and I think the trend will be to the calendar year. But I have mixed feelings about seeing the split between the district, the school district, and the balance of the government. First place, you may have a problem with determining what year your taxes are levied for school purposes. And I think this is something that will give simple thought. And I think that you now have a situation where you're appropriating for 2 fiscal years for the schools. You're funding part of one fiscal year and another. I think that ought to be brought to a head in some reasonable period of time. You're not fully funding the school budget when you've got split fiscal year appropriation. And I know that it's always a problem to convert and bring this thing about. I think within 5 years you ought to have all the new government on one single fiscal year. And I don't have a real hang-up whether it be calendar or fiscal. The calendar is the better up here for your capital budget particularly. If you know what your capital budget is in the fall, you can do your planning in the spring, get the work going. If you don't know the middle of the year, you don't get anything done, you lose 1 year of construction time, you usually put 5, 6, maybe 10% more on the cost. Along comes the department back the following year and they're out of money, they can't do the job. From a good planning standpoint, the calendar year for your capital program is the best for the job. I think that some consideration should be given to more transition time. To most form of government in one stroke, as I interpret this, a lot more detail in the transition than it has to difficult. I think a little more time for a full takeover might be in order. I certainly haven't spent the time to take the time, but I perhaps should have, before couldn't do it now, to make a more concrete suggestion. I think that certainly 5 to 6 months transition to fully bring about full function of government is not too long. I don't want to dwell on that because I didn't read the studies to come prepared to make a further recommendation. But studying it in the past, I think at least 5 or 6 months. I know you have others to hear, and I can spend certain time in detail, which I won't do. Hopefully I'll spend more in the next draft. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I can respond with glad to these questions.
Mr. Shy. Bob, based on your experience, do you have any words on ombudsman and community councils?
Well, I wasn't going to get facetious at all, but I think we'll get just a little bit on the troubleshooter first. You have a full-time mayor and a full-time manager with 11 assemblymen, and a whole series of neighborhood groups and citizens committees. Why you need a full-time man to undertake that chore is a little bit beyond me. I just don't think you need it personally, and if you do, it can be created by ordinance. It doesn't have to go to the trial. Now, as to the, excuse me,
Go ahead. No, let him finish on the other election.
as to the community group, I have a very strong feeling that the administration of this should be vested only in the executive branch. If it's going to be supervision by a group such as this, you better very well define what the authority is. Otherwise, you've got built-in conflict. I don't care who the administrator is, what committee you have. I just don't feel that the execution of the policies and programs should be vested in just one place. That's the executive. If you want to create a department within the executive department, fine. That's certainly the prerogative of the assembly or even within the charter if you wish to create certain departments. But I don't necessarily recommend that either. So that becomes a fixed thing. It's very difficult to change. Yet the need of government changes every day. One department today might be true tomorrow, and vice versa.
Mr. Chairman, Bob, I'd like to request, if at all possible, we go back now to make our changes, and we've had some very valuable testimony. Would it be possible for you, because you've had a lot of experience with this, to make some specific comments as to specific sections and get it to us, say, within like a week or so, I think we'd appreciate it. We will not be going back, or at least the plan is not at this time, although that could change, for another round of public hearings. So really would appreciate whatever input you could give us.
May I ask this? Do you have a secretary of agents I can get to?
Half a day.
Literally, Mr. Bob.
Well,
You put it on a tape. Put it on the tape. We'll
I can put it on the tape, but I don't have the secretary.
all right. Then the other comment, of course, we have a problem on the fiscal year in that it's written into state law regarding the school district fiscal year. Both the city and the borough finance directors are very strongly in favor of the calendar year, as you've indicated. One specific question I'd like your comment on, and perhaps you'd want to hold it for this other, how you feel what a solution might be to the question of the municipal utilities. You spoke only to the question of the, in the event of a sale, but we've heard a lot of flack at the idea of spreading both assets and the bonded indebtedness on utilities, and wonder if you have any comment.
I don't think the spread of the debt relates to the utilities at all. Might be one minor exception. The utilities debt is a revenue bond debt, and it's a lien on the revenues of that utility only. It's not the type of debt spread, paid to the ratepayer. Service areas prescribed by the Alaska Public Utilities Commission. The new assembly would have no authority in that respect other than to carry out the function within the service area. You're not talking about spreading the utilities out at all. You're talking about general obligations for parkland.
Well, let's go back to utilities, though. If we spread the assets, there's some concern that the city is losing its right in those, and that if the assets are spread, that there should be some adjustment in some method to those people outside of the present city of Anchorage. The fact.
Spread the assets. The assets utilities remain the legal property of the fund that they're in today. The electric utility, the city of Anchorage, all the assets and liabilities remain in that same fund. Now, that fund and utility will be owned with the new government. You're not spreading any assets or liabilities. It remains with that fund, which in itself is a legal area. There's no requirement to spread.
All right, and so now, well, let's, then what about we have revenue bonds. What about the excess that is now going to the city general fund? Okay.
Down to the real nitty-gritty.
Okay, well, we're going through by steps.
Right now, the city of Anchorage makes payment to the tax
Right.
to its general fund from various utilities. It also makes a contribution profit, if you will, and takes that dividend, pays it into the general fund, which is the fund owned by all the people of the city of Anchorage. When you continue that practice, if you have a separate fund for the area that is not, it's going to be a policy matter. It's not a matter of law today. Not a matter of law, it's a matter of public policy. Payment in lieu of taxes are made and the dividends are declared and paid over in the general fund. When it becomes a matter of policy and if the new assembly changes it, well, then it will be changed. I presume you'll hear from those people that are affected.
So, okay, so I have what you see. that although the title would pass to the new government for the municipality, for the various assets of the municipal utilities, the assets would remain the ownership of the present city of Anchorage. No?
Well, the ownership goes to the new government.
Okay.
New government succeeds to all the assets and liabilities
Right.
of the 2 or 3 governments that were involved. But you can't take the assets, the electric utility, or its liabilities, and do anything with it. Otherwise, you violate the covenants of the bonds that are out there. The assets remain the property of that utility fund.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The
Okay.
liabilities are a liability of that fund. And you have to live within the covenants of the bonds that are outstanding, which govern any and everything you can do in regard to any utility bills that bonds outstanding on all of them.
I'd like to ask Bob, is it your feeling that in lieu of taxes and the profit would go to the area-wide government, or would go to the area that presently owns these utilities? I think that's the meat of the...
It could be paid into the fund that was created, that might be created, providing general government services within the present city range. I don't know, it could, probably could, if you want, or do something else. I think that if you're gonna do, no matter policy, renew or something, the new unified government will have a pretty fair problem on its hands. If it does it on those utilities, it's probably going to have to do it on the sewer utility. Any other enterprise activity that's going on. So whether you want to create that new policy, expand that policy, I don't know. Personally, I don't think it's a bad idea to put in the rate base of the utility and pay them more tax. Because if that utility was privately owned, that ratepayer will be paying that tax. And I think it has some very valid arguments in its favor. But when you unify, the good question is whether or not you pay it only the service area or the government at large. I think in time, and I'm very convinced of this, that in time, you see fewer and fewer service areas. Because as you urbanize the entire area of the borough more, you're going to have greater density, greater demand for more service. But the borough service is now supplied within the city limits. And if that occurs, this problem will diminish. Because if it's done, it'll probably be done area-wide.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Sharp from the commission?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Crony?
Mr. Sharp, I think you visualized that the community councils, if they wanted to take on a service, as contracting with the larger municipality to furnish it, which would cause a problem with the executive branch or the administrative branch. And I believe the idea in here that if the community council wants to take on the service is that they want to do it for themselves outside of the service that the government could furnish them.
Well, there's nothing to say about that today without like being in charge. Matter of agreement between the government and the nonprofit group. I think that's where it should be. I government negotiated something different. And I think very few people realize how this operation takes place today. I'm not fully for myself. I know about operators, but I'm not sure I know the purpose of it and what's accomplished. But it's going to be interpreted as an armed government that is concerned. My experience has been that if the state government is doing a poor job, they knock on the manager's door and say, straighten it out. Much less the group that's a part of the local government. So I think there would be a they go that far.
Okay. Well, getting back to this utility business, this is a complex thing that we're not going to be able to do overnight. It's going to take quite a while to make that transition. Do you agree with what we have written in the charter for what's handling it, or do you feel that there should be another way of putting it in the charter?
Well, I don't think I would put any more in the charter than the draft committee.
16.
But I put the percentage on it itself.
No.
6%. The vote requirement is 2%. But I don't think I would try to write into the charter the problem with having paid the little taxes, that type of thing, far from it. I think it's
Well, now what? 1607. That, in your charter there, that Fred was asking about, I think was section 1607. The last one. The last one. On page 7A.
13.02, I think.
No, the one Fred was asking about was 1607. On page 7A. That's in the transition section, Bob.
Two forms of government, two executives of borough, three of the city, two mayors of the city, and you name it, I've been through all of them. I would say that what the city of Rankin settled into now has been, is, and I would say continue to be most working. I would say that if we do change, and I hope we do, and reform, that I would disagree with Bob Sharp in that I don't even like the fact that he suggested that you put the mayor down as a non-voting member. That's what Fairbanks has. I feel, you know, the city council, met with Fairbanks council several times. I feel that if you have a mayor who sits as part of the council and does not vote in the council and only has veto power, you really don't give that person who sets in that job much of anything but being there. At least if you have an elected mayor, an elected executive, you can go forth with the program. You know, functions in both sides. If it sets on the council, he sets it as part of the body, and he needs to be going on every issue, he gets to vote, you know, that's the thing. But sets on the council, doesn't vote as a veto power. The only time they really expected himself is when he's negative towards what the council does. I think that's a bad place to put a public official in. If you keep the elected executive form, I would highly recommend that you not put in here that the manager, that you have a manager. This is merely a matter of changing the title and make it, how did that not now? Chief Administrative Officer, I believe. Yes, that's what it was. And I say this because I would ask you to realize that there's management forms of government, the council manager plan, and there's mayor's council plan. The elected mayor as the executive is the mayor's council plan. The hired manager as the executive is the council manager plan. And I know that when we were working on the charter the other time around, I think it was an invitation magazine put out by National Association of Counties or National Municipal Cities, one or the other, I forgot which. The voters told me to this. It's really curious, laid out the difference. And I think in all fairness to the whole structure of the manager concept and the elected mayor executive concept, it really should change it to the chief administrative officer, and that was usually what was chosen for counties and cities to reflect the mayor and executive. See, if you have an elected executive mayor and you have city manager, you're going to really confuse the issue even on bond, different bond market for that. Okay. Where am I here? I was wondering, this is just strictly a curiosity when I was reading it. It's not in here, municipality may exercise all legislative powers not prohibited by law, and why wasn't that extended and this charter?
Which section?
Oh, Article 2, Section 201. Tomorrow is the word and this charter. Pardon?
With the part involved in provisions.
Well, apparently I didn't catch that then because that was one of my first curiosity. And for 3 more words, perhaps it would hurt to put it in there.
We've had other testimony to that point too.
I think in section Article 4 goes to limiting of the elected executive, which is the mayor, extremely good idea, one I voiced many times. I go on order and bring it back to Article 3 and ask you why haven't you limited the elected legislature to? I might suggest you might want to consider 3 terms there, simply because an elected legislature doesn't, of course, an assembly or council is what we call, don't have the power, I suppose, that we're going to do as the mayor is full-time, even though he may not be the elected executive. And I say 3 terms there because one is a year of learning, one is a 3-year term of learning. The next term is being helping your constituents, listening to them and being political, if you will. And the 3rd term is being a lame duck and really getting in there and fighting to make changes that you learned for 6 years. And I say that all very seriously. And I say the experience, like you said, there are 2 laws that do not serve themselves. I think I'm that different from others. And I think everything needs to be served. Fresh new ideas, fresh new blood. I don't think it's unfair to put in that topic on the next stage. I would suggest that we terms. Mine, or conceivably 11 to be sure with a little short term on this prior term.
Expired plus 3.
I say it could conceivably be, but if you just put 2 full terms for the percentage-wise, you really don't have people on 6 years, because it could be a rare percentage that's growing from all over the world. And this is a matter of curiosity too, on 3 under enforcement, composition power. You've got the assembly shall be reapportioned at least every 10 years. I realize why it's there, but that said to me that it absolutely would be reapportioned in some manner, and I'm wondering if it shouldn't be qualified if necessary due to change in population or something. Or maybe I'm just being a little bit too detailed there. You know, I can't imagine really being static, but you might want to just look at that a little bit. Maybe the word is necessary. also, I'm wondering if that section might want to look into provisions for recomposition of the assembly. Title 49 now speaks of reapportionment and recomposition. And there is a difference. You know, you go out with local district, you want to change the single or change the guard or what have you. You might speak here that you must provide for, by ordinance, for recomposition.
You're allowing that then, so you would not need to come back for a charter change. In other
Well-
words, you would throw, the assembly body would have the ability to
No, not really. The assembly body would have the ability to propose it, but if you want to put it on this, I think that personally, I think recomposition should go to the vote of the people.
Yeah, but-
Reapportionment should not.
But the recomposition could be accomplished through assembly and voter action as opposed to charter change. I think that's the,
That's right.
okay. That's,
And not leave it where it would only have to be by initiative if you wanted to make a recomposition of the assembly. In other words, it could be initiated by the assembly. Only just put the words that they shall make provision for recomposition. It's really basically all that I think should be in charge. And then maybe it may not be necessary, but of course that's fresh in my mind.
Why?
And I do feel that voting, recomposition should be voted for, because that's a major change. Reapportionment is dictated by your population. You have in here, and I know it's normally, you have elected executives, you have the attorney hired by the elected executive and ratified by the legislative body. And you hear elected executives say, I need that tool as my advocate and so forth. But I have to sincerely and honestly say to you that the government is not for the mayor, nor is it for the legislative body, it's for the people. And my experience is that your legislative body does not get served if your attorney is appointed by the executive. I think the attorney should be appointed in either case, whether it's elected executive or hired executive, appointed by the assembly. Now, if the mayor needs to set the attorney, fine. But you see, the school board attorney now is under the borough attorney's office, which is under the mayor. So you've got to have the school board, kind of a limbo, and simply you both your elected body. First it is the executive. And in many places, we have elected attorney generals, which maybe gives them more time and gives them too much time to figure out how they want elected attorney to be wrong. But I do feel that an attorney hired by a body, as it is to the council, is more honest by far than an attorney hired by the I don't know whether I feel very strongly about this or not. I didn't have time to think it through. But under your boards and commissions, section 407, you've got all the boards and commissions appointed by the mayor and ratified by the Senate. Now, if you have a manager's plan and a full-time mayor, and he's part of the assembly, that's fine. But if you have an elected executive, the mayor is elected executive, I don't know but what there shouldn't be the permission, a permissive sentence in there, that would allow elected body to create a board or a commission sometime that is totally separate and apart from the executive board, which is, I'm not thinking particularly of a budget commission. Budget review board. I mean, I'm just using that.
A little different context, though.
The way this reads, the assembly is totally hamstrung from appointing any board or commission. It all must be done through the mayor. Because you see, the mayor, if the elected executive has the assembly to appoint a board, they're given this commission prerogative, and they should appoint one. And the mayor doesn't mind, he can always veto it and garner enough votes. So he has that up over the assembly doesn't have a vote for that. And this is really my little parliamentarian task today. 407, rules and procedures. Is there really any reason for putting that in there? Because if you have your ATU, the Telephone Utility Commission, their rules and procedures is one of the different from the sister city commission for Japan and Chitoshi and Norway. And that each commission has their own rules and procedures. They're capable of setting on a commission of boards, they're capable of establishing rules and procedures to run by. Can't have one set of rules that work very well. That's really community councils, I talked to a couple of you today about this. If I understand it, it's Article 5. This would mean that the community councils would elect, could elect, representatives or supervising areas in the service. Now, maybe I don't quite understand how you visualize this, but I read in this that community councils can supervise a service that the government can do and will take recreation that we talk about in an area. First place, I don't think you should split your administrative authority in this respect. But what disturbs me here, if you are going to have elected representatives of that community council that is going to be governed, supervising the service, then should not that the vote be held within the area that the community council serves and everybody vote on it and not the community council itself? And that's not what this says.
No, that is correct. It does not say that.
We blew it.
We did not intend for what
That's the intent, but we sure didn't
we got
say it.
to, but
I would also point out, I'm going to talk with this section along with another one at the same time because they are intertwined. Article 11, service service, 1103. I knew I'd get to quote 529 again. The 529 provides that
Can you talk a little louder, Will? I'm sure some of the people have
the first time anybody ever asked me to talk louder. 529 under service area makes provisions that the assembly may provide for appointed or elected boards to supervise the furnishings of special services in special service areas. This is not one of the areas that is mandatory that home rule governments follow. But I still think that probably you are better off to go ahead and include that particular type of phrase under your service area. And if you have any elected boards of directors, have those elected boards, provisions for those elected boards of directors in the service area section. Don't have the supervising of services that are true services of government that the administration must carry out carried out by the community council, which are flexible, nebulous, not elected on the whole, people have no defined boundaries. Service areas are created by ordinance, and they have pages of legal restrictions. We know exactly where everybody stands in that. And if you want a board director to run a service, for instance, I can visualize easily the Birdwood Valley, the Alliesta Valley, being a service area. And it would be a prime example where they might indeed want to have an elected board of directors. We have functioned very well and very happy with an elected board of directors of the Kubiak Fire Service Area. So they are a volunteer fire service. They're not, we don't have full-time firefighters there. And we have an elected board of supervisors up there. They hold the budget. And few exceptions, what they say, the funds for that fire service area will be accepted. And to me, that's where your elected board of directors should fall, not a community council.
Lisa, I'm sorry.
When the assembly provides for the board of supervisors in Juliet, they provide for the election of the board of supervisors.
Yes, you see, the assembly has to function under Title 39, and they function through the state divisions that are held in levy law. I don't even think there's an ordinance that set it forth. I think it just functions right in Title 39, I mean, there's no ordinance, but they made the assembly made the divisions for it, and everyone got to vote on it. There were 3 of them, one selected. Just Juliet, so just with Juliet Fire Service Area. And, you know, if they had any other powers that were singular to that service area, they would be administering those too.
Mr. Chairman, well, we've had, of course, a lot of testimony from the Chuyak Eagle River area, and we don't know how that all is going to end up. But they would not be able to have any type of a local government there after unification. And can you see service areas in that area allowing them some self-determination and so on? But what may I ask you specifically on how could you see any advisory board or assistance, say, in planning and schools? Do you know how that might be handled on some advisory basis?
Well, now, your community, now I'm not discounting community councils, so just don't let me say that I'm saying don't have community councils.
But I see your point on surfaces, sure.
They are advisory. There's where you can have your advisory, and I think it's very good and very helpful.
In that area.
But they cross precinct lines, they cross service area lines, they cross, you know, all of the community councils, which is good function, and they're advocates. You know, that to me is what community councils do, advocates. They are the ones that advise you. And I think if you're in an adversary position, can you really objectively administer the law?
Okay, so in other words, then you might look toward planning and schools, say, under a community council concept, whereas the actual providing of a service under the service area concept.
I think you take the building or something like that, that would be under the service area.
I'm sorry.
Building.
Oh.
Service area.
Yeah, okay. I think those are very good comments.
Your budgetary matters for different areas. Now, schools, you see, are got to provide pretty much level all over.
Yeah.
That's become a budgetary matter of the service area. Police would be one that, you know,
Service area.
right, but take community councils in South Division. You know, if you don't want to fracture South Division, community councils to ministry services in government. one, and this is really what I really want to try to speak about. Section that's Article I couldn't read my Roman numerals. Article 14, general provision. 1403, the conflict of interest. I want to speak on the strong issue here. Conflict of interest, limitation on and disclosure of campaign expenditures and contributions, and exemption from state laws in those two state statutes via a special provision in the transition section. First, let me explain what I mean by that before I get into specifics. I had meant to really word 3 different sections. I decided in my last time that I would ask you if you're interested, and then get with your attorney to work with you if you want to. And most of you, I'm sure, know I've been dealing in both of these recent conflict of interest and disclosure. What I would suggest that you would consider in the transition section a provision that says the passage of this charter, adoption of this charter, that this municipality is exempt from and the 2 state statutes, Title 15 and Title 39, which is permitted. But this be also qualified, but that the state statutes shall prevail until such time as an ordinance is adopted. That way, you see, no one slips from under the disclosure and conflict of interest as candidates or when they are running for the new government or when they're being appointed to head up. And that gives you gives the assembly a length of time to adopt these ordinances. In the conflict of interest, really the only one we've spoken to here, we haven't spoken to the disclosure officer. And I wouldn't say I would start out with reasons if I didn't have suggestions. You have here that you use the phrase substantial financial interest, and you use the phrase member of household, which are both very undefined. What is a substantial financial interest? I submitted $100, but it has something not substantial financial interest. So, by using those terms in that section, probably we carry it. Another thing, the other one, members of household, in the conflict of interest for the state, that was the thing that gave one of the biggest conflicts to the extent of this session. They changed that, member of household, because they had interpreted the member of household being anyone who was living under your roof, be relative to you or not. They changed that and they had defined it as member of the family with a specific definition of what member of the family means, which is a spouse, dependent child, or non-dependent child living in your household. And in cases of leaseholds, mineral leaseholds, or contracts with the state, they define father and mother. Members of household is just they've already found that to be a problem in the state, so you wouldn't, I don't think, want to use that term here. Another thing is that I think that where you've enumerated, and I'm not going into all the things that you want to enumerate here, but you've enumerated the assembly, school board members of regulatory color and quasi-judicial boards and commissions, and you stopped at that, and you haven't put down all appointed persons, which would be the clerk and the ombudsperson. You haven't put down department heads and on a day-to-day ongoing basis, that to me could be one of the biggest conflict areas. So I think you probably would want to put a phrase, including but not limited to, and specify. Or that the assembly may provide for. And very briefly, I want to tell you why I feel might be really advantage to consider taking this transition section and sending yourself to the conflict of interest law of the state. The conflict of interest law of the state is a very good law. It is conflict of interest, and that's the problem question. I have no quarrel with this type of thing. But it is an abominable one for local governments. Because they have in here that the appointed manager shall file a conflict of interest statement. They have nothing to say about the staff director. In other words, if you're the city manager, you have to file the staff director or not file. They've gone so far as to delineate clear down to the vision against the state as being important by the conflict of interest statement. They have included a single department here, local government. The only ones are school boards, utility boards, assembly, higher management. So we now have clerks, appointed attorneys, department. They have that conflict of interest statement shall be filed with the municipal clerks, shall be administered to the state. They have that local people filing conflict of interest shall declare all their contracts with the state, all the leaseholds with the state, and they don't have to declare a contract at all with the municipal government. So you see, you can find a much better law. Then the other one is your campaign exposure. And that is a thing that's what is here today, and it's important today. It too is not quite as bad as written, shall we say, for an applies to local government. Now, I don't mean to imply the state laws are bad at all. But and they apply to local governments. But I do think that you probably community would be better served if we comply with and administer law. And I want to speak on children, but they pretty much been covered. I would say one thing, you can always establish a service area with new bodies with this charter that you want to. That's the bowl area, the spread all of the payment in lieu of tax, and if you pay the dividend within this bowl area because telephone already serves it, electrical doesn't serve quite that much, but it's not that big. Water is already designed to serve your body.
Mr. Chairman, Wilder, would you leave that up to the charter, up to the assembly?
Yeah, but I'm just saying if you're asked, that's one of the ways you can see that the assembly can't handle. Oh, I do.
Ms. Parker?
If we switch them into a council manager form of government, do you think that you should limit how long the mayor should serve?
You might want to put that the same as the three terms, the same as the other legislation. I don't think it should be a distinction because the legislation part of the legislation. And yes, I think there's merit.
any other questions of Mrs. Hudson? Did you have? I will ask, Lisa asked if we ask you to write something out. Earlier you mentioned you'd like to get with our attorney, and I'm sure that Mr. Garnett would appreciate sitting with you and the benefit of your expertise
Well,
in
the
these
commission
fields.
then is interested in perhaps pursuing these types of points within the charter.
Right.
Okay.
Mr.
I'll
Chairman?
call,
Mrs. Froney?
Wilder, don't you think there's a problem in the campaign disclosures when you don't disclose all money received
well, now,
of all the nominations?
Right into the charter, and that's an entirely different subject, and I can talk on all night, so could you. You know, it has nothing to do with the charter as such. All you would want in the charter is there would be provisions would be made for. And this is general.
No, I was asking the question of you. You've been working with this thing with the state. Don't you think that's a big loophole that you don't have to account for all campaign contributions?
I'd be passing as personal opinion that.
That's what I'm
that
asking.
won't serve the charter any purpose, and I prefer not to pass that opinion to the point. Because it doesn't stop germane to the charter. I don't use it.
Are there other questions of Mrs. Hudson? Thank you very much, and we will appreciate your, Ms. Parsons.
In other words, you're saying that if we put a provision in something, as you've suggested, that they're covered by state law until, and then a local ordinance, that the local ordinance would cover it.
Yeah,
Is
the
that what
local
you're saying?
ordinance will cover the details.
Mr. Chairman, just
Alan?
in their working, my real concern, of course, is that we might have an abomination and none at all in the local government. You know, you completely leave the flexibility.
I submit to you that you can't, that local government representatives are just as responsive and responsible as state legislators. And look what you've got under state legislature, the conflict of interest. If people don't come out in force, and they do come out in force, you will not get a bad law here. And if you got a bad law, you've always got the initiative process. And I think, after all, the campaign disclosure was born in the Anchorage area. I mean, you'd be surprised at the people all up the state that care less about the conflict of interest and care less about disclosure. So I would think that here, you're not going to say, you know, a reason I say that so emphatically is about the third person who said that, and I just can't buy it.
I guess I'm looking at what we have now, which is pretty bad on the borough level.
Well, but the borough at least had something even before the state had it. You know, I mean, they were making headway.
Are there any other questions, Ms. Hudson?
What comments?
Thank you very much for being here and for your comments. And we will appreciate your getting with Mr. Garnett.
I'll call it.
Gentleman over here want to be heard? Please identify yourself for the tape.
Larry Makinson, worked for the borough, speaking by myself. Believe me, I wouldn't come here if I had to be working. Every time someone pats people on the back, and I've been just background, information officer of the borough, and I sit at all the borough assembly meetings. And in almost 3 years of meetings I've been sitting at, the only time anyone compliments a body is when they have something to object to that they've done. And I'd like to make the point of thanking the Charter Commission for what they've done and putting the period right there. I think the charter you have is excellent. I don't agree with the people who've been saying there ought to be some changes. There are a few things that have been pointed out, some sort of minor type things that I think have been very helpful tonight. And I'd like to address a couple of those. And just very briefly address some of the objections we've had here tonight.
First of all, I think in the Article 3 on the composition and powers of the Assembly, the point that Wilda Hudson brought out about the, just a permissive sentence about recomposition of the Assembly to be voted on by the people is an important thing to put in there. That was a real stickler in the Borough Assembly in putting it. Something like this is a major change. Now, this is a very important thing, especially because we have a lot of comments here about whether we should have single-member districts or multi-member districts. And it's very possible that as Anchorage grows, the form of representation would have to change because of the growth. Where multi-member districts might work with a smaller population, might be more difficult with a larger population. So I think you ought to leave an opening in the charter for the Assembly to propose it itself without having to go to initiative, place something on the ballot to be voted by the people, so the Assembly could change its composition without having to go for an amendment to the charter. Okay, and just other little items of the phone that I think are good ideas. I think it's a real good idea, also proposed by Mrs. Hudson, about sticking something in the service areas about a board of supervisors or something of this effect. And I'm sure you're going to run across this in Eagle River when you get up there. I think you're meeting this tomorrow night.
It was last night.
Oh, it was last night.
We did have an error in our printing.
You've already heard from Eagle River. I wasn't at the meeting, of course, but just the feeling that I'm getting from the people I've talked to in Eagle River is that they like the idea of a separate borough, and it's going to take an awful lot to get them to vote for unification. Certainly, a number of them never will. But there are some people, if enough assurances are given that they're going to have some local autonomy and the services that are provided in their area, that could very well vote for the charter. And it's very important that the people out there vote for the charter, some of them anyway, because if they don't, it's a big block of votes. And frankly, I thought that the community council article was a good place to put, or giving the community councils a chance to have say over supervision of services was a good idea. And I still think it's a good idea, but I think it's an even better idea to also include it on the service areas, just as a second safeguard to show, to make it clear to the people that aren't in the Anchorage Bowl area, that's Birdwood and Chugiak and Eagle River, because they will have some control over the local services. And of course, by local services, I assume we are talking about things like road maintenance, things like fire protection that are provided distinctly within that service area and not area-wide problems. But area-wide things would have to be advised more. I'm not going to get into too many details. I just don't agree with this, with the idea of exempting the borough from the conflict. No matter what there is put in the charter about the borough assembly passing something, or the new assembly passing something that would put it back under this conflict. I just think it's very important in the charter. There are certain feelings and certain fears that people are going to have about an area-wide government, and the unified area-wide government. One of them is just local responsiveness. People have got to have faith in it. And even though there are some problems with the state conflict of interest law, and I'm just certainly a little bit more versed in it than I am, but I just personally, it makes me feel uneasy to exempt the Bureau Assembly unless I've seen what they're going to change to take the place of the other. I think it would be better to leave
Make it. Wilma's jumping in her chair. She'd like to say something.
I think if you misunderstood what I said, I'm afraid everyone else will. The charter should contain the fact that the will have conflicts of interest, and the basic framework of that conflict of interest, and you can put a basic framework that's even better than what the state conflict of interest is now. But until an ordinance is written for a one right exactly what it is for, who it is for, then it would have to stay under the state, so there'd be at no time would you be without the conflict of interest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about there being no lag time, but and if you would put something in here that would outline,
Oh, definitely, it would definitely be in the body of the charter, the basic concept and outline of what that conflict would contain.
okay, you could write
But not the
essentially,
minute.
I think you could essentially write a better outline for conflict of interest law in the charter than I think you find.
Yeah, that's, I made the feeling that it shouldn't be in the body of the charter, but that's.
Okay, specifically on things people have objected to in the charter. I made this point before you wrote the charter. The business of a strong mayor versus a strong assembly form of government. And I think that, one point that's been said is there's conflict in a form where you've got two distinct levels of government. And I think there is certainly conflict, and I think that conflict should be welcomed. Especially when you've got a large body. Where there's no conflict, where there's a large body that represent one body representing all the people in Anchorage, you've got to build something into it that's going to keep everyone on their toes. I said this before the last hearing, that right now you have the city and the borough both opposing each other, various things, and the feeling is that nobody's going to get away with something too bad without everyone taking note of it, raising an issue. And I think you need the same sort of structure in any unified government, to have a manager appointed and serving at the pleasure of the assembly. The mayor with no veto power eliminates that very important structure. I think it's important to preserve it. I like the way you did it in the charter. Multi-member districts, I've just got queasy feelings in that. It doesn't bother me, the multi-member districts doesn't bother me at all. The only reason it doesn't is that the experience we've had in the assembly so far has been all right. The only problem with multi-member districts, of course, you've got a larger area to campaign, and the name identification becomes a bigger role than it does in a single-member district. That's a major reason for single-member districts. More people like the charter with single-member districts, I think it ought to be in there. But if that's going to draw people to vote against the charter, then that's a minus. So I'll leave that to you, and I think what you've done with the multi-member districts is fine for the time being. And of course, again, if you leave the option in the charter to recompose the assembly without having to go for a charter revision, I think that's important. So you would have a chance to change it.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Larry a question?
Mrs. Ronnie?
Do you think it would be detrimental to the charter or more beneficial to the charter if the multiple-man, single-man district is allowed to the voters as a choice separate from the charter?
That's an interesting thing. You're talking about putting two apportionment maps in the
Separate from the charter, and say that the charter would accept whatever apportionment that the voters said they really wanted.
Well, that's a tough one, because you've got a couple of issues. I think if there was something put on the ballot, and I'm not sure if you can do this, but something put on the ballot about the concept of whether you favor single members as opposed to multi-members, then you could probably get a pretty good indication of that. If you put two maps on, you've got not only the concept, but also the lines. And it would be possible for someone to vote no on the thing because they didn't agree with the lines, not because they didn't agree with the concept. So it's a tough thing to say. I don't know. There's pros and cons to that also. I'm not sure what I believe. That's why you're here. The last thing I just wanted to address is the idea of the community council and the ombudsman. Can't you spoke of these as part of the charter or being things that should be left to referral to the assembly? I couldn't disagree more. The ombudsman, of course, the ombudsman got more votes than anyone else in the last election. I think even more than Arlis Sturgeluski. And it's a very popular idea. There's not even a state ombudsman. I just might mention that I spoke just today on a different thing with Joel DeMore, who's the borough ombudsman, and he's been quite busy. He just made an act. He's getting around 60 to 70 phone calls, or not phone calls, 60 to 70 particular problems each month. This is average. And it's not something, just because you do have a mayor and you do have elected councilmen, there are certain things that just fall in the cracks that nobody really has nobody, if the mayor gets a phone call about a street sign that needs to be turned around the other way, he can appoint someone to do it. But it's much easier if the people have a person who they can turn to for whatever problem they can't seem to get solved. And I might mention that most of the problems are not abuses of power, they're just things that somehow got messed up somewhere, whether it's a snowplow complaint, snow removal complaint, or somebody has formed a road improvement district 3 years ago and the road started to pave something like that. The question is, are there enough complaints or questions like this to warrant a full-time person? And I think unquestionably the answer is yes, just from the example we have now. I think it's an important safeguard of the charter again. It's a thing put in there to show people that the newly unified government is not going to be unresponsive. On the same count, community councils does the same thing. Because the one thing about community councils, and it was brought up earlier that there's relatively very little participation in community councils. The idea of it is to be a voluntary thing. And I think that's a good idea. The borough assembly didn't, I think there was in the community council ordinance there may have been suggested boundaries. But the boundaries are not imposed, they arise from the community. And there have been about 4 or 5 community councils that have been formed. They vary in size from a real small, practically just one little subdivision. But there was an awful lot of comment something about whether it was too small or not. To the South Edition Community Council, Turning County Community Council, which covers large areas. And personally, I feel a little smaller the better. And because you will have this participation among everyone in the community and the community council. But I think that putting something in the charter is saying that encouraging people to form community councils, encouraging the borough assembly to accept them, is a very positive step in asking for citizen participation. It should be left in there very strong. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rankinson. Are there any questions from Commissioner? All right. Appreciate your being here, being willing to comment. Are there others in the audience who would like to be heard? Yes.
My name is Tom Freeman. I'm the Director of Finance for the school. Just a point of clarification, if I could, and that's on section 9.07, the budget and 6-year plan.
907?
9.07, right. Someone spoke of this before, well, just assume sit down. So if they haven't, I'd like to go ahead and break the point. The proposed budget and program is approved and submitted by the city mayor 820 days before the end of the current fiscal year of the municipality. So this would put us, I think, submitting our budget in September, on September 1st. And then right before that, it means we have to have our hearings in July and August. I think it says before the hearing. This would mean that our school year starts September 1st. We would make our budget for the next year starting a year later. And I was wondering if this was the intent of this particular article.
Well, basically, honest,
No, go ahead and respond to that, then I'd like to make a comment.
I think because of the fact that the state law requires a June 30 or July 1, June 30 deal, and because we felt that the taxing body, the body that actually levies tax, needed the information that they would have to have it before their hearings. It does put it way a long ways away from it. Of course, we did consider the fact that you have a means, really, to a large extent, of determining your needs through the fact that you have the history of the children that are coming and the in and out migration and everything. So we didn't think this would put too great a burden on you.
Mr. Chairman.
Honest.
I wonder, Mr. Freeman, have you had an opportunity to talk, or have you talked to Mrs. Gallagher, the borough attorney, on this?
No,
Okay, I wanted to point out that she contacted me. I was unable to get together. She met with Sherry Holmes, one of the Charter Commission members, and as a result of that, Mrs. Gallagher has met with Mr. Levesque, and he has a number of comments. I wonder if we might ask you to talk to Sheila, talk to Mr. Levesque, and make some specific recommendations to us, because they are involved and concerned over this matter of the, the different fiscal years, and we really would appreciate your input in this. The only thing is we're short of time, and I would really appreciate if that could be, if it's appropriate for me to mention it, if it could be done very, very quickly.
right. Just one of the things we'd have to do would be anticipate in September what legislation would do the following March. I mean,
Right.
the following year. As it did this year, they did increase the funding from 90% to 93%. Well, that means we would have to really guess ahead of time.
If you could find a magic answer, let us know.
And that answer we'd appreciate it. We recognize that this is a distinct problem, and there's a possibility of figuring half years, and there's a lot of other possibilities that you could go into. And well, this is a draft. We're open to suggestions. We'd appreciate it.
Maybe you can come up with something better, Tom.
Well, I see that there should be something better, I think. Possibly.
We all feel that, and then we haven't found it.
But he's going to find it for us.
I hope you and Norm and Sheila can.
Are there any questions of Mr. Freeman from the commission members?
I have one other question. How drastic would it be if the state didn't demand that the school district have theirs from July to July? Of course, this is what forced us to say that.
Pardon?
Of course, that's what forced us to put the fiscal years at the two different times, just about.
If we had an all-year-round school, I suppose we could possibly do it. Start judging for anything different. But what the school year is now, September 26, probably quite difficult to switch over, you know.
We did,
Would it be too bad to have 6-month segments somehow in the school year that were kept 6-month segments instead of a full fiscal year, which would perhaps take care of the problem in one manner or another, even though it might.
Yes, well, I'm sure there's probably all kinds of different plans that may work other than the traditional. I suppose the only thing right now, changes about the particular school year now is the traditional. It's always been this way. You know, it's always been September through the first part of June. But,
I was thinking that if you did have it 2 6-month segments, I know that you have to report to the state on the same sort of fiscal year as everybody else in the state so that they can make comparisons. And I understand the desirability of that, but if you had 2 6-month segments, then you could combine the 2 6 months that agreed with us for us, and 2 6 months that agreed with them for them, in a way.
Possible. You know, it would depend on the funding. You know, eventually, right now we get probably 75% of our funding from the state.
I know it.
And
Thank
possibly,
goodness.
you know, keep going. You know, some of the town's plan worthwhile is to keep raising. Hopefully, next year maybe 80% of the money will come from the state. So. I really don't know. This could be possible to work out this way, as far as reporting purposes, to the state and to the local body here. It could be worked out.
I think you might want to look at it. See, that's the only thing that I have daydreamed about, and I thought, well, is it going to be a nightmare to them or not?
Well, some of the hardest things anticipating so far ahead are your negotiations. Actually trying to negotiate salaries. Salaries are 80% of our total school budget, and trying to anticipate more than a year ahead of time would really be a problem. Trying to anticipate what labor groups, or not labor, but different organizations are negotiating as to what their needs or what their wants will be. And this is another problem.
I think there are a great many problems involved, and I think it's going to need addressing in session with Levesque and with whoever else, Sheila and others. And I think if you would take that time, we'd appreciate it very much. There are no other questions. Certainly appreciate your being here, and thank you. Are there others in the audience who would like to be heard? Yes, sir.
My name is Douglas Garrett. I'd just like to address a few criticisms I have of the proposed document. First, that it does not contain single-member districts. I'm very offended and outraged. I'm continually told that I don't understand what I'm voting on. I don't understand what a poll taker asking, that I can't count the number of people to testify at public hearings. If there's any lack of understanding, I think it's on the part of those on the Charter Commission who voted against single-member districts. It seems to me quite clear that people have spoken repeatedly. I'm opposed to the emasculation of the initiative and recall as provided for in the proposed charter. I think 25% is much too high a figure to recall. And I think that the prohibitions against using the initiative for taxing and spending matters is also abhorrent. Article 6, Section 6.02, I would prefer the borrowing not to be done by ordinance, but only by vote of the people. As for the community councils, I would prefer that the Assembly not delegate any of its authority to
any group unless that group is elected in a formal manner. I think perhaps a one-year residency rule for the assembly is too long. That's hardly important. I also think a very important point is that the school board should be elected from districts much as the assembly is, and for exactly the same reason. In almost any important sphere at all, it's a blank check. Gives the government a blank check on the lives of the citizens of the community, and as such, I'm opposed to it.
Are there any questions of Mr. Guerra? Mr. Parsons?
You say that the tax ordinance should not be exempt from recall. How, is that what I heard you say? No, I believe I said that the prohibition against using the initiative and referendum on tax and spending matters. I realize that the state constitution also provides that, but I didn't see that it's mandatory with local government. Well, do you see any possibility of problem areas that is subject to this kind of addressing? That there is no money to run government in the instance? If you're saying that the people of Anchorage would vote for the majority, for instance, that they don't want any taxes, well, if they obviously didn't want any government, I don't think that would happen, no. Well, there is enough history, I think, in recent experiences with government that people like to vote no. Well, if what you're saying is that the majority of people would vote that they didn't want any government, then maybe they shouldn't have one. If you're a true Democrat, you should vote for the government. No, that's a true attitude. I'd much prefer you to vote for that.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Garrett? Thank you for being here and thank you for expressing your opinion. Is there anyone else here in the audience who would like to be heard tonight?
My name is Elizabeth Carter, and I represent no one but myself. And all I would like to say is I agree with Mr. 100% on the idea of multi-member districts. And I think single-member districts are the kind of thing that I would approve of, and that multi-member districts, because of your competition within your district, you're going to therefore increase things like campaign funding, which consider frequent health lobbying and I think that single-member districts will keep us perhaps a little more honest. Whatever.
In the speech.
Yeah.
We certainly appreciate it. Mr. Parsons?
I'm still concerned, personally, and I don't know how to handle it, that if we have totally single-member districts, we have only the one elected official who's elected at large, the mayor, manager, or strong mayor. And that I think there should be someone else who represents that community of interest. Do you see any problems with it?
Well, yes, I can understand your point of view very much. I think that I'm looking at it perhaps from a very selfish point of view. Is that with a single-member district, I think that I would feel that I would have, as an individual voter, I would be able more to reach my representatives than I would in a multi-member district where I feel that they would somehow, I don't even know how to say it, they could somehow pass the buck from one to the other. And even if we went to single-member districts with perhaps 2 or 3 members of the assembly voted at large, because I would feel much better if it went that way than I would to the absolute multi-member district.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Mr. Corder?
I still concerned, personally, and I don't know how to handle it, that if we have totally single-member districts, we have only the one elected official who's elected at large, the mayor, manager, or strong mayor. And I think
here, and thank you for giving us your opinions. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard? Yes, sir. State your name.
I'm Bill Sherwood, just a very ordinary school. I'd like to say first that I'm much impressed with the charter that's presented. I'm much more impressed with the reception of the charter commission comment. I think we're going to end up with a very good document this time. Have a good chance going through. I have only one specific thought, and I'm referring to Article 3, Section 303 of the compensation. Compensation of assemblymen shall be fixed by ordinance. An increase in compensation shall not take effect until certification of the results of all elections following the ordinance. Very recently, I felt that I was badly ripped off by what happened in Juneau when the assembly there actually increased the wages without any control except the possibility of being voted out of office a couple of years from now. I feel the same way about the federal government. It seems to me that a great deal of our legislators' time is spent trying to figure out just how they can sleep through another wage increase. And I would like to see a little additional sentence added to this section 303 that would say something like, and such increase shall be subject to approval by a majority vote at that next general election. So if the assembly feels that they're entitled to a pay raise, let them give themselves a pay raise subject to approval by the voters.
Mr. Chairman,
Mrs. Ronnie?
Mr. Sherwood, the pay both at the legislature and at the local level for assemblymen, and I gather in the city too, is a very minuscule part of the budget and very minuscule in relation to what employees within a government employees are receiving in relation to the amount of time and effort put in. Do you feel the same way about the wages that are negotiated for the government employees? Do you think those need to also have ratification by the voters?
I think that would be impractical.
Well, why do you think the other is?
It's a fine idea, but it's practical. Actually, my whole thought is that I would like to develop a groundswell of opinion of people who feel that they're being taken advantage of by a certain group of people who can set their own wages. I can't set my own wages as a working man. The only people I know who can are businessmen who own their business.
Would you think it would be desirable to set fair wages in relation to some objective scale of some sort, rather than put it to the vote of the people?
They should set their wages what they think is fair and present their case to the voters and let the voters or disapprove.
Are there other questions from the commission of Mr. Sherwood regarding?
But I appreciate kind comments. I say I appreciate your kind comments. People haven't always agreed with it. Good.
Do you have anything else you'd like to present? Thank you very much for being here and appreciate your comments. Anyone else in the audience like to be heard? John?
I'm Bill Johnson, and I had spoken earlier before you presented us with anything to look at, but I concur with Mr. Sherwood. I'm very, very pleased with what I read. And I don't have very many buts. I have to strongly agree with the strong executive and the legislative concept. As I said in the earlier times, the conflicts that distress some only delight me because I still believe that John Q. Public benefits from that stress and that strain between the executive and the legislature. So my feeling is go to it, and we, the public, will benefit by it. And keep you both honest and with your eye on our concerns, and that is what I think what the operating. That's why I have reviewed this over and again because this subject is coming up. If there were in any group to gather, whether we should have the council type or we should have the assembly. I do, and I'm sure you have thought of it, and it's been called to your attention. There is conflict on the assembly at the present time that will, of course, not exist when we have unification. You have the stress between city and assembly situation that will not exist. So that kind of conflict, which does kind of exhaust us all, will be removed from the Constitution. But as I review what happened at the city council meeting and what happened at the assembly meeting, and especially when Mr. Roderick comes attend, things do happen at assembly. And whatever happens in the council does not happen at the council table. And there is no one going to cause it to happen. So John Q. Public never does know why the council does what it does in its wisdom. And although it makes votes at the council table, all the discussion, all the stress, all the strain carried on in some work sessions, the public does not have privilege. So I like the conflict that takes place in the assembly, and I urge you to keep it in this charter. I have only my largest thought regarding the charter is your school board. Again, my aim in this whole thing, and I think yours is too, is accountability. And when you have school board all running at large, it becomes a popularity contest. You have maybe 14 running, and it's just name familiarity by the time you get through. I would like, I'm not pushing for districts, but I am at least asking you to consider designated seats, so that if Sue Linford, being specific, say I should happen to disagree with Sue Linford's position in the last 3 years, if she should file again and she is in seat B, I can file in seat B, and I can challenge her on the issues and the positions she took in those 3 years. In other words, again, you have accountability for your actions, and the public can only benefit. And this can happen with designated seats. It could also happen, of course, with districts. But for some reason, and I don't know what the thinking is behind it, the public seems to be somewhat leery about districting representation for the school board. But I don't think you have the same kind of problems to them if you went to designated seats. I know the World Education Association spoke for at large. I say vote at large. Of course, the whole community vote on it, but to run a specific, and therefore you as an incumbent are accountable to, because as you all know, it is now frowned on if I should run against two incumbents, and I pick out one because that person is particularly in opposition to my view, then I am, as they say, the public says, picking on him or her, and that is not the intent. It's the idea of discussing issues. It never seems to come across that way in the whole pre-election rate. And that is why I would, that's really the only major change that I see in the charter. I think it's a beautiful document. It's so very clear, and I like your simplicity of the names and I had a question because I simply did not understand. In Article 11, in service areas and acceptance, is there some kind of overlapping there? As you say, your service area is clear. When you move down to assessment district, you say that an assessment district is established to provide capital improvements or services. So in what way does that differ? Is that presently the way it is, or in what way does that differ from service area?
Mr. Chairman, may I speak to that? The thought here was to give an additional method for determining costs in a service area. Presently, it is by straight ad valorem, and the benefit from a service may not be to the whole of the ad valorem property. It may be to only a portion of it. And in, say, road improvement district, they have various engineering allocations to different properties. And by this means, you could also carry the cost of the road in relation to the engineering allocation of cost during the paving of it, say, and carry on the maintenance of it by an ad valorem allocation engineering-wise. Whereas presently it would be in relation to the total value on the property, which is not necessarily what is really getting the benefit. It might possibly be more equitable. And it would leave it open for that. It doesn't guarantee that you have to use that method for a service area. It would allow the additional method.
Well, if you do not believe it would be confusing to accept it, I'll rest.
It took us hours and hours to get there.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, I wanted to move to the, when I listened to the earlier objections about specifying any boards and commissions and leaving them entirely up to the Assembly, I was not sure whether they, the people speaking, were referring to the Planning Commission. Because if they were, of course, I hope you continue to specify that there will be a planning station in the charter. I would like you indeed to strengthen the authority of the planning station as you refer to Article 10, and when you discuss the capital improvement program that the mayor must submit to the Assembly. I would like to see built into the charter that capital improvement program also goes to the planning commission, so that because you have specified that there will be a comprehensive plan, this simply makes certain that comprehensive plan is referred to, because presumably that is the primary responsibility of the planning commission, will be the development and execution of that comprehensive plan. And so I would urge you to strengthen the commission to that extent. But otherwise, in detail, and that is a very fine document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions, Mr. Parsons?
We were buzzing here a bit on that point. For their recommendation on the capital improvement plan to the planning commission,
Right.
is that right?
Yes.
Do you think there has been some comment suggestions that maybe we should even give boards some more power, more than just advisory. How do you feel about
I really believe the planning commission I do not believe, I've served on several boards, commissions, both in the city and the borough, and no, I think advisory is fine, but I have to believe strongly in the strength of the planning commission to build a good community. Mr. Chairman, I did overlook one comment because I had made it earlier, but in answer to those people who have spoken tonight in favor of the single-member district, I again have searched myself and I cannot find a persuasive argument to go for anything but the multi-member district. And my reasoning is that I feel disenfranchised if I live in a single-member district and I work very hard for a candidate who is defeated, and I have nowhere to go then that next 3 years, because he is not or she is not going to listen to me. If I have at least one other or two others, there is a possibility. But it seems to me that what happens if by a single-member district you have one point of view prevailing for 3 years, then you must perhaps, hopefully, it can be overturned. But it seems to me that you disenfranchise the 49% who did not support that person. And this is one of the things I feel so strongly. You limit my representation. And of course, having lived in the city where I had a whole council representing, I don't want to give all that up.
Mr. Chairman.
Mary?
Earl, you must be among the minority that believe that, because I get calls from all over the borough, and I was elected from a single-man district, and I do feel responsive to the whole borough. I try to. And I don't see why you should hesitate to call other assembly people. I just don't understand it.
You mean out of my district?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, Burl, not in any sense of argument, but I was interested in your comment between the council manager and the mayor assembly forum. Why you refer to the city council as doing much of their business in work sessions and more or less rubber stamping in open meetings, which of course are subject to public hearing. Why do you feel that the borough assembly, for instance, could not operate under that same way if they chose to do so? What is there between the two that says one forum would do work sessions and have more or less of a fait accompli when they come to the public, as opposed to debate and handling it before the body?
There is a strong mayor. If the fact, if the problems of the assembly are not, the problems of the borough are not coming out, they're going to come out with there is likelihood that the strong executive would be bringing those out. If he disagrees, if there's total agreement, then there probably isn't any problem anyway. But if you analyze how the city council operates, there is no stress excepting within their own members. If you go to the city council with a problem, it is a collective decision, and to find out the responsibility of that collective decision is very easy. If you go to the city manager, he didn't make the decision, the city council did. If you go to the city council away from the chambers and ask them about a problem, it's passed over to the city manager. There isn't the stress which will enforce the can't be, because expressed to the city manager and the council, the city manager votes. So if the problems of the council, if he wants to bring out the problems to the council, he is going to go. Whereas if the mayor wants to bring out the problems of the assembly, there is that tussle between the two, and I feel that Johnson Public benefits by that.
Other questions? Ms. Parker? What was the question? How's that? No, as long as, let's just...
I'm all satisfactory.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Johnson? Certainly, thank you for being here. Appreciate your position. Ms. Hudson, Ms. Parker would like to ask you a question.
I'm wondering, within the city of Anchorage and the community, council members have access to city records. Immediately, I have never ever found it possible to just leave it off. I find it much easier than I had before. Much easier than I thought. More open to While I'm here, I was going to ask the floor again, and I have a question. It's not a comment for anything else, and I did have it on my notes. In the city charter, there's a cell called the city fiscal agent. The council shall provide the code for correction of people, custody of taxes, money, and things of value belonging to the city, and for administrative officer who shall provide shall be responsible therefore. And I didn't have the city code, but I think that is speaking to the city treasurer that did that. Then in Title 29, oddly enough, Title 29 points out that the assembly says the municipal clerk, the attorney, treasurer, and police chief are appointed by the chief administrator or by the assembly or council. And I didn't find in here where you specify that there will be a treasurer, if that's what we want to call it right now, or someone responsible for the receipt and custody. In the borough right now, we do not have, we finally got a fiscal ordinance that speaks to in a nebulous way. And the only reason it didn't put treasurer is if it didn't want the assembly ratifying the treasurer working for the finance department, finance director, so it's called something else. So I think when you think about local government service and handling of people's money, I think that
We blew that, and it has been pointed out. We don't have it.
that I find is a real lack of a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there any others in the audience who would like to be heard? Thank you all for being here, and we'll close the public hearing. I'd like to, for the members of the Charter Commission, last night, I'd like to go on to unfinished business from last night and ask the Charter Commissioners if any of them have any recommendations for people to replace our executive secretary. We asked last night that we do a little research if we could. What does we, meanwhile, I'll report to you that I did talk to Pete Harwick and Mitchell regarding some information on mill levies and spreading of the debt indicate that they have a man in San Francisco who's been very interested in coming up here on his own, and who has done a great deal of this type of work in municipalities where unifications have occurred. And he is more than, they believe he will be more than willing to come up. We'll probably have to pay standard rates here, but won't have to pay for the transportation and so forth. A gentleman from Pete Marwick Mitchell San Francisco office, a partner, a general partner, who has been involved in a number of unification presentations in the outside. And I asked Mr. Scott to go ahead and contact the man and see when he might be able to come up, and told him that if he did come up, we would like to have a meeting with him and of the whole Charter Commission, and we would hold that at their as soon as we could, so that we'd have the benefit of their information and input. I suggested that if he could reach them tomorrow or tonight, we would like to meet with them Monday if that would be possible, so that we can get a primary look at the situation.
Mr. Chairman, will you finish on that? We really do have a problem on a replacement for Evie. For those of you that weren't here last night, Frank asked Sherry and I to interview a young lady, Ann Stone. She will point out, well, there was a resume handed out last night. I don't know if you all have it. She appears to be, and Frank did some checking on the references, very well qualified. She strictly would fill the role of an executive secretary, would not fill the role of a person that can help us on the public information plan. She is additionally pregnant. Her baby is expected in October. So in the event that the charter passed in August, no problem, but there would be, of course, a change later on. I have a bit of and last night we discussed this, and it was the feeling that of some members, we just had 6 on hand, that looking at this person, then we would also be looking at a public information person to assist 2 people. The feeling of some that we should again look for someone that would embody both of these particular skills. We've got a couple of problems, it seems to me. One is a very immediate problem. Evie has indicated that, at least on a part-time basis, she can be with us until approximately the 19th. That leaves very little time. We're going into a very critical time in if we still hold to the August 12th charter in this redrafting. I think it's going to take a major amount of time for whoever we get to assist the commission as to the process that we went through previously with the charter production and getting the changes and so on. So we haven't really lined out as yet, and Jane, of course, won't be back until I believe sometime next week, how we're going to approach the public, and I think we're overdue in developing our strategy. And I'm somewhat concerned if we go just for one person, that we're going to find the situation, much as it's been with Evie, that you're not bogged down, perhaps it's not the appropriate word, but that you're so filled with simply handling the mechanics that we must have of the commission, that it's impossible to give the amount of the time in this other area. And I think we really have to discuss it in some detail and, as they say, get with it. I think it was pretty well felt with the discussion last night that we, and I concur, that we do not have to go through, other than for our benefit, a process of advertising. That would merely be for us to find people, that we have no legal need to do that. But I think we've got a problem that begs for moving ahead on.
I talked with Phil Brad, and she thinks that I wants to find out more about the office in the morning. And she's more of a public information person than a secretary. She can do her own typing and stuff like that. But not a secretary.
Is she employed now, or is she available? And you said she'll be in the office tomorrow morning. Do you know what time? Or just at 10? Okay. But is it possible?
I'm trying to think what my schedule is. I have an 11 o'clock meeting. Now, I do know Phyllis. Phyllis would strictly be a PR person. She would not be the executive secretary. Oh, yeah. Was it Tim Bradner?
Chairman?
Yeah.
Mr. Shy?
My feeling is that with all the amount of rewrite and the detail that we have, we want to put the emphasis on an executive secretary. Now, many of us sitting on this commission are quite experienced in public relations and pretty well know how to get around and get a lot of things said and done. And what we really need is a scheduler or someone to pull something together. I certainly object to spending the public's money for two positions, particularly if we're going to start paying through the nose again for a PR situation. I think the emphasis should be on the secretarial side, based on the experiences that I see many of us sitting on this board have as far as PR is concerned.
Appreciate your feeling, Fred, but I think that all of us on this board who are capable of doing these things and have the contacts and everything won't do them because of other pressures, other time. And I think we need a person or a combination person. And I really feel, Fred, that we need a separation at this point. And if I could, without any offense, if it was going to happen, this was the ideal time for it to happen. That we only have 2 months left. It would not be a terrific additional expenditure to get a good secretary, and I find that top experienced secretaries in just secretarial work, as far as I've been able to run about $950 a month. Now this is top in their executive secretary position. This is not a person taking lots of responsibility for doing other things. This is a person doing secretarial work and office responsibility. And I feel that a secretary, a competent secretary, somewhere in this bracket, and a PR person who's employed for a short term on a contract basis for 6 weeks or maybe at the most 2 months. There shouldn't be that much difference in it. Then if we're turned down, we got a whole new picture again. We've got to start over. I think you're going to want to elect a new chairman. You're going to want to go over what we've done and maybe change the whole format of the way we go. So and maybe take a long period of time to do it. So I'm not worried about after August 12th. I'm worried about between now and then. And I think anybody that we might hire, either category, must understand that the court might upset us in 30 days. The thing might be turned down in 30 days, right, Rick?
Conceivable.
Conceivable. That's
Just barely.
That's going
I
too
got
far.
about to say yours was a safety situation.
Yes, but I wouldn't. No public here, just us chickens. But really, I would like to move rapidly. I think we've got Phil Spradner. If there's any other suggestions, I'm not trying to pick somebody, just one. I'd like to see somebody competent there to help every one of us. Rick?
Well, I really wanted to agree with what you're saying in terms of the time frame, Frank, because I think that from my point of view particularly, it would be most useful to have the concentration, our work in doing the redrafting we're going to do, concentrated in, say, the 2-week period, as much as possible, the 2 weeks after June 6th, because that'll be the period when this lawsuit is dormant, hopefully. After Moody's decision, more than likely there will be a flurry of activity on that front in terms of appeals or whatever, and I would be divided in a sense. So, I guess the sooner we can get somebody who can really do the secretarial stuff and get back to the charter production committee type work, the better.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree with you, Frank, that we need a secretary, and I think the price range that you played was about right. I just hired a real good for $950 and could do all the typing and shorthand and all those sort of things you need done. But then I think we're going to need the other two now. What the other one is going to do exactly, I don't know, but there's certain things that have to be done and need to be done. And it's probably going to be a 6-week job, and I don't think it's a $5,000 figure, but it must be some figure that these people work for. That
What is it we're going to do with the from schedule? I don't understand this PR. What are we going to do?
About 20 hours.
Well,
What are we
I
going
hate
to
to tell you,
Explain it.
you can spend a whole day, literally, in trying to reach people and trying to schedule for one simple day's television program. It's tricky to get a hold of each of you, to get somebody
that's exactly
free.
what I'm saying. A schedule is what they're
Yeah,
looking for.
but see, that scheduler doesn't have time to do all the stuff to get ready for the meeting when you're in the midst of the redrafting. I really
Well, what I'm trying to say here
salty
is-
water along the way,
What I'm
and we
trying-
weren't even using the
Yeah.
PR program.
What I'm trying to say here, the emphasis should be on a good secretary, number one. The second emphasis is on a good schedule, because if we're going to spend a lot of money on some PR situation that's going to come in here, and they got to be re-familiarized and all that with what we're doing.
There's an awful lot of
Public service
money in
time to
this
do it.
Well, that's where you get your person in, not the schedule, but to lay something out for you so that you don't go in and do it.
Well, let's schedule it. That's what let's separate the question for the moment. Would you folks be willing for our list and Rick, seeing he's going to be working with them, and Sherry or anybody else that wanted to, but at least those three, doing some interviewing for the office work, the secretary, within the next couple of days? Yes. And at a range, say, of $950, subject to what we can get. Maybe we can get one for $850. That'd be nice. Not a little bit, but if you're agreeable to that, then get any names you want in. We've got Thursday and Friday. We have a meeting tomorrow night. Get some names in, and Friday we ought to be able to make a decision. Now, whether I think that decision should be left to basically to Rick, if he's going to have to work very closely with this. And Sherry, as Charter Production Chairman, has had to work very closely with Evie also.
Well, I really think in the next 6 weeks that we haven't been overly a bunch of spendthrifts on this charter commission, and
we borrowed and bumped this and we don't pay ourselves. And I don't think that we can be condemned by the public for going out and being crazy. And a lot of you have worked a lot more than I have on this thing, you know, we all deserve a hell of a good chance at getting this thing to pass. And I think there's lots of things that we could have a PR person do that costs $1,500 or a couple of thousand or a month or $1,000, whatever it is, but on an hourly basis. But I would move that our chairman be empowered to seek this sort of service and do it with the approval of the Charter Commission on the person and what the pay may be, but he'd be approved in concept, I guess, of doing this and coming back with whoever he thinks that might be able to do the job.
Second, clarification, are you talking about a PR person and a secretary or what?
Well, I didn't, you guys were already going to get the secretary. I thought that was agreed upon, but I'll put it right in my motion then that he'd be empowered to get an executive secretary and also a PR person and to come back to the charter with further approval.
All right.
My second.
Moved and seconded. I'd like to pose a question to the. I would like, if it's all right with the commission, I would like to see the power invested myself or someone, Rick, perhaps, to make the decision on the secretary when we have completed our interviews without having to come back to the commission, so that we can get that person on board on Monday. If you prefer that we come back to the commission, then we need to set a meeting Friday afternoon, I think. Mr. Roney?
I think you could have the consensus that we're perfectly willing for you and Rick to make the decision and go ahead with it. I don't think we want to slow it up for that, do we?
No, you know the kind of girl you need
Let's give them the consensus.
I'd like to advise on the secretary from free, and I really think if Debbie is around, it would be helpful if
Everybody is welcome, but I want to get some responsibility tied down there.
Everybody's welcome to come and take part in the decision, but they ought to be there.
That's right. Otherwise, to do it in our efforts.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your consideration. I am going to be completely tied up tomorrow and Friday in connection with this argument. I personally feel that Arliss or anybody, I don't think I'm that hard to get along with as far as secretaries go. And Arliss and whoever else is involved. You keep quiet.
May I call for the question and let's get on with the vote.
Question, wait before I call.
Frank is empowered to hire a secretary and to come up with a PR girl and I guess the reports back to the commission.
There's a lot of people that are going to object to this commission hiring a PR guy to put this charter across. Don't call it a PR.
All right.
It's an information specialist.
Let's call it
An information officer like Mr. Mackinson, right? Public information officer.
Just so you don't call him an ombudsman, he is.
All right, let's change the motion with the approval of the second and the maker of the motion
Maybe
to
you can clean it up.
public information. Question's been called for. I think let's have it on a roll call.
Here we go.
I'll wait first.
We start at the back.
Fine.
Yes. Sheffield.
You are at the
Well, hey, man.
Yes.
Sargent,
Yes.
Parker, Owens,
Yes.
Child,
Yes.
I thought you were going to say no. Motion is passed.
I'm just curious to see what you're gonna.
Mr. Chairman, a question.
Good looking intelligent.
There has been,
Every time between
They don't come that Arliss?
Mr. Chairman, no,
Come to the
get this meeting together. There's only been, we've only had one name submitted, and this is an Ann Stone. We've talked to her, and I saw Joe Josephson over there literally jumping with names, and he's not here tonight. So I wonder if we could ask Evie to call Joe to see if he had any names in mind. Do any of the rest of you have any names?
The only one I can think of.
We're thinking in terms of the secretary now.
The only one I can think of is Betty Alley, but I don't know if she's available. She's both a combination of PR and secretary.
Arliss, there's a girl named Barbara Atchison who worked with me at Ely Guest and Rudd, whom we also hired to do the memorandum. She's very good and works under pressure, and best of all, she can tolerate me. And I think it would be worth giving her a call.
Could you get that information to Evie, and so we could contact her? Then there is if Phyllis Bradner's coming in at 10, I would hope that any of you that are free could attend, because I think it's going to be a very open discussion. We have nothing to present at this time, and I personally feel that if Jane is going to be back on Monday, it might be very well to hold off for a few days on making this choice. But
I think that
Public Information Officer.
yes, I'm speaking of the Public Information Officer. Okay. And as long as I have the floor, may I request that next Thursday night that we could have a copy, an up-to-date copy of the budget and where we stand on both the interim and the long-term approval by the end of
Somebody wants to know where we stand.
Mr. Chairman, the budget beyond October was cut.
Yeah.
I understood it would be on June 50th. Mary told me the total appropriation was 50.
The intent, as I understood it, asked her to check it in the tape, but the intent, as I understood it, was beyond the October 12th thing. That the
have what we
intent was.
requested for the first section.
As I understand, we have everything we requested for the first section and practically nothing for the second section. They intend that it be successful, is the way I read the
With your shoe or
I hope they all
Is Frank Major on this guy from Pete Mark and Mitchell, or are you guys going to? I have, Bill Scott will call me back tomorrow and advise when he can come. And from the meeting last night, I understood that I was to go ahead and find out costs and within reason make commitments. And now, is there any new business?
Yeah, well, when's the next meeting besides tomorrow night?
Next Thursday would be the next regular.
At 9 on Friday.
Whereabouts?
Judge Moody's courtroom. I'm not sure where he's sitting.
Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon, we'll be back to him. It's understood that any one of us is welcome to go to Judge Moody's courtroom and hear, but we are not required to be there. Am I correct? And if,
Sherry had instances, I think she's the one who wasn't sure if she could be there. If I would check with Judge Moody about the possibility of reporting the argument, because Rick was out of town, I typically at liberty to call the Judge Moody's secretary. She said that they looked up the rulings and came up with a canon which said that it could not be reported because they considered as much as they would a broadcast person. And what she said was that in some rare exceptions, if all the parties who are testifying and all the parties who are concerned sign documents saying they don't like it being recorded. At any rate, it seemed like a much too complicated process.
No, they're recorded anyway, and you can get a cassette of the thing in
That's
half
what
an hour.
she
No big
said.
deal, they'll make it for you.
Oh, no, she told us, but she told me that we could get a transcript. She didn't say
No, you
anything
can
about
make a
getting
cassette.
a
And they
cassette.
will,
Well, that's
the
great.
recorder will just run off the official transcript onto a cassette for you at a nominal fee.
Yeah, great. Because she didn't mention it. She just mentioned a written transcript. And I was going to say that's our alternative. But it's good.
Is there any new business? Any
Chairman, Rick mentioned that he had spoken to Jenny Klein and Juno. Did you mention that to the phone group?
Well, I ran into her briefly at lunchtime today, and we were talking about the charter, and she had some comments about the transition. We all know that the transition needs a lot of work, and I had asked her, before, you might say, if she'd come here and talk about it. She said she might, but she really thinks the best person to talk to us about the transition is Mara Winiger, whom she says has dealt with the Juno transition in detail, knows what has worked.
Is anybody going to Juno?
What is his?
Mark Whitaker.
He's city manager of Juno.
Well, and I didn't even get it.
I heard him at the chamber, and as I think the rest did. He was not very. He was very quiet about how good it was. He just said, "Well, we did it."
Very evasive.
Well, pretty political spotlight. That's the point.
Is there any other new business? Do you want me to contact Winiger and see if he could be here for a meeting?
No, I think I sent him a copy and asked him for his comment.
It's a lot cheaper.
And if he happens to be in town, we'd be glad to.
Speaking of free talent, this fellow Bob Schaaf has a real good deal of utility. He's a very capable administrator in that regard. He should be used.
I really will get
He should be used.
next week.
Anyone else get a letter today from Thurlow to?
Yeah, I didn't understand what.
Oh,
I threw mine
from
away.
Thurlow to Harris?
Yeah,
Oh, you were copied with one for the planning commission.
I worked out with Linda Fisher, Steve Beatty, and H. Donna.
yeah. Beatty.
Oh, yeah, but that's the planning commission.
Yeah, but I got one.
I got one. Well, I think
We
it's...
should inform Evie because he sent his 7-page one to all of us, and Evie didn't know it, so she Xeroxed it out for us again, I think. So if someone has given us copies, we'll try and let you know.
We better call Gary then. It probably was a mistake.
That's a mistake.
We read it and tried to see, but why is my oxy engorged here? Where do I fit?
Are there any other committee reports? Anybody have a report? Any commission member comments? Adjourn.
Symphony with the local contralto Betty McDonald that has a part for voice. Bernstein needs no explanation to. In conjunction again with the Alaska Arts Commission, we're using cellists from the Boston Symphony that they are bringing here for an entire month to play all around the state. Louis Leguia. He will be part of our program playing on a special concerto concert with Paul Rosenthal. He'll be playing Victor Herbert's cello concerto, which is very rarely heard. And Paul Rosenthal will play the violin concerto of Samuel Barber, one of the 3 top composers in America. We also have Alan Hovhannes represented with his 2nd Symphony, and William Schumann, who's the former president of Lincoln Center in New York, will be represented by his New England Triptych on our program. The Pops concert program will be featured by George Gershwin and will include both his big piano works, the Concerto in F, the Rhapsody in Blue, and other works, Porgy and Bess excerpts, and the Cuban Overture. Sorry about that.
Sounds exciting.
So that's the musical part of our program next year. Very, very heavy on American composers of first rank. And we wanted to present that to you. If you have any ideas of how we could benefit by association with this committee, vice versa, we'd be happy to know about it. And I'm sure Mr. Jewell has a few more remarks to make too.
Alan, before we get into some discussion, would you like to make any comments?
Carlos and group, not much more, except to tell you that in addition to what Maurice has already said, we've already doubled what has ever been done before with the Anchorage Symphony, and we've just recently gone into a cooperative agreement with the choral and with the Opera Association. I've just been in contact with the president of the Choral Association. We're talking with them about doing something joint that we've never done before next year. While we struggle to meet our budget each year here, the thing that we've always had trouble doing, musicians donate their time and effort, but we've never really been able to do much outside of the city of Anchorage. And it seems to me with these mutual efforts with the other organizations in town that we so often cooperate with unofficially and are now beginning to do so officially, that we ought to be able to do something rather nice for some of the other communities in the state. We can't expect all the local merchants and individuals here who try to help us meet our budget in Anchorage to meet these obligations to play in other places of the state. Maybe there's an opportunity there that we could look into. We frankly don't know what we could expect or what you want from us. We've just recently appointed a committee to work in conjunction with this bicentennial commission to try to find out more about the details. We would appreciate your cooperation, and if we can come back with your agenda on the 25th of February, I think perhaps it might be fruitful. Certainly people will be in touch with you or other members of the commission before that time.
I think we need to talk a little about possibly the best way to approach this, because
we come under a bicentennial thing, since they're making a point of playing American composers. And this in itself is sort of a festival part, or something that fits in, I would think, with our program. But I think we also need to investigate. We have set up with our vice chairman some sort of device by which we can look into grants and things, and I think that there's a possibility that some sort of researching could be done on behalf of a group like this to see what might be available.
I wonder if the appropriate way, not to kill it, but to help it, to commit to a committee. Do you think that might be appropriate?
Yes.
In this case, that whatever their group is, to work with the appropriate group within our organization? I'd like to hear some comment on that, how you feel this fits in. Obviously, we want to assist them and work with them. How's best to accomplish that? Clint?
Question, would it be appropriate to endorse this project now and refer it to a committee for assistance with possible grant money? Would that be appropriate?
Or that certainly the commission could take the action they deem appropriate. We did agree that we would either go the full rating, with the whole thing using our sheet, or to have people come in with on the shorter form as the two preceding have, really outlining it so that we would have rather a specific thing before us, so that we could endorse it. You may wish to have them, say, discuss this with one of the committees and come back next week with a perhaps, specifically laid out.
Well, Madam Chairman, I'm not sure whether what they're asking us is for the short form, so to speak, where we're going to endorse and do what we can locally, or whether they might not have potential for our long form
That
really go on to
absolutely.
the state.
Right,
So
that's what I'm
I think
saying.
we need to explore whether you have an ad hoc committee to deal with them, or put it under one of your many committees.
Well, no, I think it's up to the commission to make the decision how they best feel this has happened. I don't, Anna?
I would just like to ask a brief question. Wasn't it before Swansea? I know that
you're very separate from the Festival of Music. But isn't Festival doing something in 1976? I know they're doing something small in 75 bicentennial, but are they doing something in 76 that's almost very bicentennial oriented?
The Festival of Music came before us with a specific request for funding for the present year, and it was not funded, and I am not aware of what their plans are for 76. They well could be going in, but
I didn't know if there was any link between
right.
that and
What committee do you feel, if we were to commit this to a committee, that we might most expeditiously assist them?
Far North Bicentennial Park.
If you're serious, so move.
Yeah, right. No, I think that would be worthwhile. You understand this is an ad hoc thing that Far North Bicentennial Park is undertaking for the next month to bring back a report or bring back with the liaison group from the Anchorage Symphony whatever action it is that seems appropriate.
Was that a motion?
Heavens, no. I'm just suggesting this. Anyone would like to move it now?
Clint?
I so move. Ouch.
Fred.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seriously, we...
I'm serious about this.
Gwyneth is always serious. We have a motion before us to refer the project of the Anchorage Symphony group to the Far North Bicentennial Committee to work together regarding the project they've outlined to us. Are there questions that you'd like to direct to either the gentleman or to the Far North Bicentennial Park people?
Yeah.
Aurora?
I was wondering if they would make a public presentation, or would they charge people when they present something?
You're talking about the program that they've
Yes,
outlined
yes,
as
yes.
to how they...
How will that go to the public? Will you charge them, or?
for the various things that they've talked about.
Yeah.
Alan?
Madam, right now we don't know. It depends on a lot of things. It depends on, one, whether or not the expenses can be met other ways. If they can be met other ways, then we can either reduce or omit the expenses altogether.
Well, the reason is, I presume that the reason why you're asking is, the endorsement is that you want funding or grants from the bicentennial. Is that correct?
I think, Aurora, the point is now that they really are here to tell us that they are going to be featuring American composers and so on, but it has not reached the point. I think they need to explore with us what may be available, what possibility there might be for coordination and cooperation with the bicentennial effort, and it's at this point seems to me quite nebulous. We need to talk to each other and really determine where you're going and whether we might go the same way.
We'd like very much to be able to do that so that we can
Well, I
participate.
just then had the impression that they might, have our endorsement for grants, and this is why I don't know, I just get that impression.
I would think that would be one of the areas that we should discuss with your committee.
Yeah.
It is my understanding that what I've offered to do is to explore with the Anchorage Symphony what it is they have in mind, and for them to talk to me as a representative of the Bicentennial Commission, and we will bring back something solid, because this is not solid right now. And for you to decide whether to endorse or whatever.
At that particular
That's
point.
correct.
Now we're really committing it to our kind chairman of the Far North Bicentennial Park. Somehow there's got to be a connection. And they will be back before us.
Bicentennial.
Right. Is there further discussion? Fine, we'll call to the question. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion carries. And you'll be in contact then with Mrs. Wilson, and at an appropriate time, we'll schedule you back on the agenda then. Fine, thank you for coming.
Thanks for your time.
Good.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I must.
Fine. Are we going to be able to keep most of you here until 7 o'clock? We still have some important
I
things
have
on
a
the agenda.
7:30 meeting, Arliss. I will have to leave in about 15 minutes.
Okay, well, we'll move along. Next, we have before us the Girl Scouts, Troop 83. This is regarding Phase 2 of the Iditarod Mail Trail project. I'll let you introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like to have
Okay,
today.
I'm Maureen Bodowitz, this is Kim Winslow, this is Rock, Marcy, and Terry Bitten, okay? These are pamphlets telling about our project for this year, and these two you can keep, and the rest we're just gonna pass around, you'll have to share, and then we have to collect them back. Okay? Okay, are most of you familiar with what we did in phase one of the project?
I really think so.
Blazing the trail and such. Okay, well, this year, we're planning on building some large bridges to take the place of some of our smaller ones over some of the fast creeks that really need bigger bridges, and we're getting the cooperation of the parks and building those. And Kim has a map that she can show. And also, we named some of the rivers and streams that were unnamed in that area, some of the other features, mountains and glaciers. And we've submitted the names to the Alaska State Geographic Board in hopes that they'll become official. And two in particular we named Mount Heritage and Heritage Falls in honor of the bicentennial, and they really stand out. They're really nice. And the bridges that we hope to build will be over Icicle Creek, which is up towards the north end of the trail, and Raven Creek, which pours into Eagle River, almost at the source of Eagle River. And we're going to put signs up, historic markers where we're actually walking on the old Iditarod Trail, where we could tell if the trail actually was there. And we're going to put up "You Are Here" signs so that people walking will be able to find out where they are, because we don't like to put mileposts, because if you walk along and you see mileposts, you say, where's that next one, or did I lose it? And if we have the "You Are Here" signs, we'll have maps like this on them with a little arrow, "You are here, here's the next campsite that we suggest you stay at, there's water here," or something like that. And also at the beginning and end of the trail, whichever you decide is the beginning and the end, we'll have two big signs that will be information about the trail, and we'll include a little part about why this is historic. And this was part of the Iditarod Trail, was used as a mail route. And then we'll just have other information about the area. I don't want to make it fast, so you could...
Oh, great. Now, specifically then, we have approved the project. You indicated at that time that you would be going in two phases. Your first phase was, the whole project was enthusiastically endorsed by the commission. It did go on to the state, and you were funded and finally got your money. You're back now with basically the same project, but the second phase of it. I assume that you again are asking really for a reaffirmation of the action that we took earlier, and that you do plan to go on to the state, I would assume, at their February 10th and 11th meeting, asking for additional funding. Is that correct? Marcy?
Dee mentioned that we do need endorsement again for this second phase.
It does need full endorsement, endorsement again. I'm wondering, and the commission may wish to discuss that, as to whether we would need to go through the rating. We did rate it, and I'd like to, if you have questions or if you have comment on the action we should take. Joel?
I would move that we dispense with the full rating again, and would secondly move that we offer a full endorsement of the second phase of this project.
Second.
All right, very, very succinctly stated. Do we have questions of the girls or questions on the motion that is before you?
I have a question.
Joel? Before the vote's taken?
No, after the vote's taken.
Okay. Yes, do we have discussion on the motion that is before us? Would you like to know more about the project? Marcy, do you have a comment you'd like to make?
Just that have they all looked at their books? The dollar amount is twice.
Yes, it is. That is correct. You're up from...
That's city money, so...
Are there... Well, they're also building bridges this year.
Well, that's the thing. It's a major operation in terms of doing the bridges, and the state park is providing materials, so we're putting them in. So we have to, in some cases, it involves helicopter rentals and that kind of thing. They're going to be 70-foot suspension bridges. Because by these rivers, you have to build it past where the river banks are, because the river changes course and it rises and falls.
Can you get me help or just build it?
Oh, we'll have help.
No,
We don't know anything about engineering.
But you've had full cooperation from the state, the Division of Parks, and I don't know what other, who else you've worked with? Division of Parks mainly.
Division of Parks, two gas districts, but we've
Right.
had support from the whole community. It's
Oh,
really
yes.
been fantastic.
Right.
I'd like to thank you too. And it was great to begin here and have your support and cooperation. I'm really pleased to see you.
Better let us take that vote there, Terry, before you thank us. We have a motion to dispense with the specific rating, but to endorse enthusiastically the project. Further discussion? Call for the question. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. Now, Joel?
I just wanted to point out if anybody else had noticed the patch the young lady has on her.
Oh, I know. Oh, great. Very
Would you-
good.
What does that stand for? What do you have to do to
Earn
get the
that.
patch?
Participate in the project.
Terry, you might, in as short as you can, tell them about the attention your project got nationally from the Girl Scouts in case everybody doesn't know that.
Yes, the National Girl Scouts were so interested in our project that they sent, included it in a recreational film, educational film project that was being funded by HEW. And ours was youth involvement in improving the environment was the category that ours fit into. They sent two photographer and then a professional scout up to go on the trail. They took pictures of it and so forth, and they're making it into a film strip. There's 5 different projects involved in that, and ours is one of them. And their film strip should be completed by this spring. And so as soon as we get a gratis copy, and I think it would be nice if we could share it.
Oh, great.
And have it.
We would like that. Clint?
Will they mention that it's a bicentennial project?
Oh, yes. Yes. Great. Information we have received. It will be mentioned.
Fine. Well, thank you very much for coming, and good luck on the bridge building, and good luck with the state. We'll see that a letter is in hand to them. We'll have to move along on that. Thank you very much. We
have the booklets back unless anyone specifically
Fine, we'll-
wants them.
Yvonne is clutching her 2 copies here, and
If you specifically want it, please feel
we
free
do
to
have
use it.
2 in the file here, so that they can take advantage of that. Thank you, Terry. Okay, I'd like to point out that we have a place on the agenda for persons to be heard not on the agenda. We've had a request too late to come under appearance request from 2 individuals from the Institute of Cultural Affairs, Mr. Stoner, and he has someone with him. I'm a little bit concerned, however, in that we have still some business that needs to be conducted as to whether you wish to hear them now or if we should get on to a few items of things that we must hear. It's really up to the commission. It's a difficult agenda today. Clint?
Madam Chairman, I think as long as they've come and waited, we really ought to hear them.
All right, fine.
It would be rude.
Good. So we will have an agenda then changed to move up the persons to be heard not on the agenda and hear from Howard Stoner from the Institute of Cultural Affairs. Howard?
This is Nancy Gruner, also with the
Nancy
Institute
Gruner,
of
fine.
Affairs, and I'll try to make this about 5 minutes. We have the initial draft that we are proposing what's called a Town Meeting 76. And just read recently in an article that somebody was talking about that just the kind of the spirit that's been going on in communities, that it's like it is a town meeting kind of spirit. And we, as the Institute of Cultural Affairs, have worked over the past year in putting together a construct or a one-day program in the community. Involves, at this point we're talking about in terms of this one, about 200 people, local community, coming together, taking a Saturday, a day long, having 2 very short kind of spins. Our initial program dealt in a kind of a much broader aspect than the bicentennial, but we have focused this particular one-day program into the bicentennial themes. and it comes under the Horizons part of that, but it contains the heritage in terms of the spin in terms of the morning is a spin on the times and the American heritage. The spin in the afternoon has to do with the future and the American citizen. Also in the morning are what we've called think tanks, which is workshops or more than workshop, but has to do with what are the challenges. And it is not, we've intentionally, in terms of the methods we've used, not dealt with like community issues, but what are the community challenges and the positive kind of trends that are going on in the community, and get people to share and talk about those. And on the other side of those, it's like you're pointing to where the problems and the issues are. And it's a whole kind of method of how you take like 200 people and do that kind of thing in some smaller groupings. But the afternoon, then moving on, is what we call practical proposals, or what a community, just the community people themselves, in terms of their own wisdom, what they would propose in terms of dealing with the proposal. We have, at the present time, are seeing that we probably will be doing about 5,000 of these across the United States, in like almost every local community. That's not exactly true, but it's the image is we're going to broadly do these, and over a period starting, I think the first one starts this weekend in the state of Washington, and then through the bicentennial year. I can't remember the first one, it's quite that in there. But just to say that what we have tried to do in terms of the design of the program is to combine what we have seen in terms of the old-time town meeting, celebrative, festive kind of occasion with serious reflection on the times and what needs to be going on in terms of the future. And I've heard a number of people across the nation, our own governor talking about the need for town meetings and the gathering of the wisdom of the people on the grassroots level, and how it is that the people have a voice in getting out some of the ideas that they would like to see going on in the future. And all this is a construct that we feel would enable that to happen. On the other side of this, it would be possible in terms of our own institute to do all kinds of follow-up programs in terms of following successive years if people were interested in following through some of the kinds of proposals, practical proposals and so on. Or just one other aspect of that is that the methods that are used in that one-day town meeting are methods that could be applied to any committee, commission, anywhere in terms of the challenges and trends and getting some kind of positive shoot off into the future in terms of planning. Let's say right now we have scheduled, in terms of the first one of these in Alaska, to occur here in Anchorage March 22nd, and that's not too far away. In terms of the magnitude of what we're talking about, we would image over the 2-year period probably 50 of these in the state. We are essentially asking you, I think at this point, for endorsement or authorization. We will be going to the state commission seeking funds in terms of setting up the program. We see them as locally sponsored, and we do the coordination, the providing ideas for promotional activities and that kind of thing, but the town meeting itself would be locally sponsored. Maybe I just stop at that point if there are questions.
When you mean locally sponsored, are you talking about now budgetary sponsorship?
To a certain extent. We have imaged in terms of projections right now that the cost of the one-day thing would be approximately $6 per person participating. We would see $2 of that coming from the individual himself in terms of putting forth. We would see possibly $2 of that coming from like the state level in terms of either the state, not the Centennial Commission, or other.
You mean the state of Alaska?
Yes, right. In terms of other sources of funding, and the other $2 coming from like a local sponsorship in terms of in-kind and that kind of thing, in terms of service organizations who would want to put in effort for it and that kind of thing. I mean, that would be worked out in terms of the local situation. But that's essentially where we, in terms of what our image right now is in terms of cost and funding. So we would be at various levels going in terms of the funding to do the project. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, because really what I'm concerned about is that the bicentennial is not a richly funded thing.
Yeah.
And what is more, we had discussed earlier, you perhaps were here, the fact that we find we are in conflict ourselves sometimes within our own group. So that, you're really projecting something else where, again, local commerce and business will be asked to do something, and at the same time, you're really asking, in a sense, for an endorsement to go and ask for funds, I would think.
Are you going to the state for funds, the state bicentennial for funds?
Yes.
How many dollars? Have you developed a budget and
We
program?
essentially, at this point, and these, again, are probably very rough figures, our total budget in terms of, I guess, in terms of setting up these things, in terms of across the state, obviously, it's mostly travel. And we are estimating at this point that in terms of the total thing for over a 2-year period, would be in the range of about $25,000, of which we would be asking probably $10,000 or between 10 and 15 from the state. All right?
From the state bicentennial?
Yes, that would be a very rough estimate. Now, I mean, it's that. And if that, it's like if that does not happen, or if, would be funded at a much lower level in terms of the state or none at all, then what we would see, we are also, in terms of our, we are, in one sense, a worldwide organization, and also have centers around the United States, and have our main center is in Chicago, and they are working also in terms of the national level, in terms of working funding at the same time. So it's possible, in terms of shifting that around, there would be a possibility of channeling funds in that level as well, because it is seen as, at least we see it, and we talked about it, as one of a nationwide project, essentially what it is. And we are talking about it in terms of Anchorage and the state, in particular Anchorage.
Clint?
Just a thought, my reaction is that it really needs to go to a committee, but I can't figure out which one.
History and Culture.
I move that we submit this project to the History and Culture Committee to return to us with recommendations.
I second the motion.
All right. Now, I think the motion before us is to refer this to the History and Culture Committee to work with the group here to perhaps define it more and come back specifically. I think your request is you wanted something prior to going to the meeting to, February 10th or 11th.
Yes, it's like if we have any kind of an indication in terms of, and what we were trying to do is get around to some of the communities who would say, this is the kind of thing it looks like we'd be interested in having, so that we could, like when we go to the state commission, say this is something that people have looked at and seem like they would like to have.
Jim?
No.
Well, I noticed that this town meeting 76 project had been submitted to the ARBA in Washington DC, and I just wondered what the results have been from that.
At this point, they have not acted on the proposal. It looks, in terms of our initial indications, they're very positive in terms of what was asked for. And in terms of the details of the magnitude of that, I don't know from the national level.
One thing we have found, really, it seems to me we're talking here in terms of a statewide project, and I think they could perfectly well go forward without specific action. Your timing, you really allowed us very little time to act. I don't know if you've been working on this project for any length of time or what's happened here.
We essentially, in terms of the initial having these kinds of programs, have been working over the last year with them in terms of testing the kind of one-day program that we have been putting together with, and have just recently then shifted that in terms of focusing it in terms of the bicentennial, seeing that it would be we felt a helpful kind of thing in terms of the celebration of the bicentennial, and we'd make it available in terms of local communities across the nation to do these.
Gwyneth?
Tell me, what will happen if funding isn't possible from the state bicentennial? How do you intend to go?
we would probably still pursue it in terms of the state, in terms of the state government on the state level there, in terms of funding. Then I don't know if it would be like private foundations or organizations like that. Those are initial.
The difficulty is that you're really not telling us anything firm, because we have no way to respond, because you really don't know what you want. And at the risk, it just seems to me it's very confused that you really don't even know what you're asking, how much money, or what it is that you really want to do, and we have much too short a time, because you need to know this. When is the next state meeting?
The 10th and 11th.
Of February?
Of February.
I'm sure that this may have merit, but I think that if you're going to present this to anything, us or the state bicentennial or the state itself, you just really ought to have firmer sort of a budget than you're presenting to us right now.
Yeah, okay. In terms of, again, we had been had contact with Beatty like a couple of weeks ago, and it's like all of a sudden became aware of the cruciality in terms of time. And the other thing in terms of that was we were not anticipating like having an initial one as early as we are in terms of March until very recently. And what Anchorage has been chosen in terms of the national
Who
picture.
chose Anchorage?
Okay, in terms of the national program, we have chosen 25 locations.
No, this is your national organization
Yes,
that's done
right,
that.
right,
With
yes.
the responsibility for you to locally fund Anchorage
to
that
work.
they have nationally chosen.
Yes, in terms of our national organization, as 25 pilot town meeting 76 is what they are. And Anchorage was chosen as one of the locations.
Kenji?
But would it take that, you mentioned, I don't know whether it's 15 or 25,000, would it take that budget request now to do an Anchorage thing?
No. What I quoted in terms of the cost would be what our initial estimate in terms of like the total program, 50 of those in the state over the next 2 years. Is what we'd image in terms of the setting up of those.
But wouldn't you do better if you were going to have one in March, and if you had it and it was successful, and you came back and you said, this is what happened, this was the output, then you would know what's going to, couldn't you give us something more? I just am apprehensive only because the lovely lady from the state bicentennial said we weren't going to get any more money.
Yeah.
And 15,000 or 25,000 out of, what did she say, 40,000 coming? That's everything, and you can see just in one meeting that how many groups need money. So, and I think I'd like to participate in it, but I mean just.
Fine. Are there other comments by commission members, questions? We do have a motion on the floor to refer this to the History and Culture Committee to work as a liaison if you wish to pursue it. I think what the motion is saying that you do not feel that you have adequate information to take specific action at this time. Are there further questions? Call then for the question. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion carries. This will mean then that we will not be sending information forward to the state meeting in June. We would like to work further with you on the project and assist you if we can in any way. But we do have really for any project that goes forward, a standard rating form, but we need some rather specific information on that.
Yeah, we were aware of that.
Uh-huh.
I feel that he shouldn't go away feeling we're against this project. I just felt it was a whole lot of stuff to gulp down in 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, we're very aware of that, and
Right.
again, in terms of the timing,
Right.
we hit the crunch,
Right.
so and it was like we wanted to at least initially get you aware of what's going on in terms of what we're doing, and appreciate the time.
Fine, great. We'll be in contact with you then.
Thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Is there somebody, one person's name I can have?
All right,
I'll call you tomorrow morning and give you the phone numbers for the people on that history and culture committee.
Fine,
I'll
great.
get it to you tomorrow.
okay, go on to unfinished business, recommendations for the Alaska ARBC certificate, anything there? Anna?
When Gwen and I have been doing our thing again, I would like to recommend Karen Reed for the Alaska ARBC Certificate of Official Recommendation for this outstanding work. I didn't know whether we did that in front of her or behind her, but I've never seen anyone getting two applauses.
All right, Anna, now this is on the form that we do have. This would be submitted, you would see that there is a form filled out that can be transmitted to the state. Okay, and this is the kind of thing that it's brought up by a member. If there's any objection, we have discussion. Other than that, I happen to, that would be fine. It would go forward really to the state bicentennial, and they have a real neat type of a plaque, and you may or may not hear further on this, but Anna's going to see that your name is submitted. Okay, anything else on that? Then we'll go on to the logo contest, Yvonne or whoever.
The committee, that being Jack Steppergrell, Joel Lounsbury, and Larry Beck, Dave Harbour was out of town. The only reason he wasn't there, met this past Saturday and chose these 5, narrowed the entries in the logo contest down to these 5. We did not have a great number of entries, but I feel that the entries we have are good enough for us to choose a logo. These are narrowed down to 5. There will be 3, according to our contest rules, that would be chosen winners. Joel, would you and Jack like to say anything about the entries in terms of... They did recommend that the one that you see on the top, that instead of this, they would like to ask the young man who created this, that this would say, if this were chosen a winner, that this would say Anchorage as opposed to Alaska. The committee recommended that.
Jack?
As a comment, since we submitted our requirements for the submission, I feel that we have to judge the submissions as is, rather than comment too much on recommended alterations. Principally on that basis, and that if we do suggest that maybe some design be altered to be more appropriate or something, then that we do that only if it is selected. And agreed that probably something should say Anchorage or Alaska or whatever, but I think it's only fair to the applicants that we'll judge them on the way they are submitted.
Does the committee have a recommendation?
We submitted these 5 for the commission's selection. We did not make a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 evaluation. Submitted these 5 as the best 5 when were submitted for the commission's selection. That was the way we would pursue it.
What was our total number of...
Was it 10 around?
Only
12.
12, and including these. How many did this one young man enter of the 12?
Actually, 5, I believe.
4.
4, so all three of them.
So these are not necessarily...
Clint?
I'm blank. Sorry.
Some of the criteria we used, if I may, is that the originality of the concept is indicated on our letter that went out, and relevance to theme, artistic interpretation, and of course we did evaluate it on our ability to design this for use on coins and whatever use we may have.
Clint?
Madam Chairman, would it be appropriate to number these and vote? And then Yvonne can tell him.
1 through 5, or
Anna.
5 there.
Beginning with the first one.
Anna?
Can I ask one question? When we vote on these, will we make any, is this the way it will finally be, or then will you be, make any adjustments? I know we're going to vote on them as they are, but might there be some minor things?
I think we can work that out with the applicant following the selection.
Did we state in the contest rules, that we could require certain, wasn't there something in there that said that we
They become the property of our commission, so I think in fact you can do it.
All right, fine. You wish to go through that way, and you'd be voting for 3 of the 5, is that correct?
So moved.
All right. Then the procedure would be that we would number it 1 through 5. We would be voting on 3 of the 5, and that's the motion before us. Clint?
I do want to ask, wonder if everybody has the same sequence here.
Yes.
Everybody's number 2 is the same.
Well, I'll hold it up too when we vote. Anna, would you like to do that for us? Okay, is there any objection to that procedure? No. Hearing then, we'll move in that way then. Number 1 from Robert Hamby. Remember, you'll be voting for 3, or it's up to you as to whether you would. Now, this would be, how do we do that? Well, it's just, it would be the total number, wouldn't
I
it?
think they ought to vote for first place first.
Yeah.
All right.
So that you take your choice of whatever you think is the best.
All right, for number 1, for the first one, those feeling that item or entry number 1 should be number 1, please raise their hands. Up high, we have, I wish you could. All right, we have,
Can you give
3.
us a moment?
Yes, oh, sure. Okay, hold off. You can put your hand down a minute.
Which one's that? Okay. I think we're going to need a meeting.
Can we refer it to a committee?
Artist comment. We were thinking if we had a coin that possibly we might secure permission to use the reverse side of the coin, use the national logo.
Put your hand right in there.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
That's right. Just a little teeny.
Okay, would any of the discussion benefit some of the rest of us?
Yes,
I
it would.
Let's have
Let's
it.
down here.
What's that? Clint?
Madam Chairman, I'm disturbed because Anchorage, I can't find it in all of these. And I'm hoping that whatever we select, we
Can say Anchorage.
Somehow, some way, we can put Anchorage on it. Now, this one right here is, I think, I'm not campaigning, but I think it's nicely designed, but there's no Anchorage in it. If somehow we can put a star there. Or
In a different color.
something, yeah.
But see, I don't know if anybody knows that those are the 8 stars, which I'm over here. Oh, I didn't hear, there are 8 stars here, and it's the 76. That's the 8 stars, a gold on a field of blue. What's the matter with you?
You see, I think there's more than meets the eye.
Yeah.
Now, also, while you're making your considerations, if I can just make this comment, consider, now, there has been, Jack suggested that we use the national logo for the other side of the coin. Think of it in this vein also. Maybe the national logo's been overused. And if you see one of these, it would be a good front of a coin, and the second place, good back of a coin. Just make those considerations while you discuss it. Joel?
From a coin collector's point of view, and we're selling this coin,
While I agree that the national logo will probably be overused, it is also a very telling point for collectors who will collect everything that has the national logo on it for their collection. So they'll find a coin with Anchorage on one side and national logo on the other side, so they'll get that to add to their collection. And if we're looking, I think the coin sales are looking more than just perhaps just selling to Anchorage residents. We're looking at something that's going to sell, possible of getting something like this put into the national coin publications, for instance, advertising for sale to bicentennial collectors or something.
Gwyneth?
Well, now, if this goes on coin, then you just have raised and lowered effects. You don't have any color combination at all. If you use this logo on something where you could, would there be colors proposed?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. That would be very interesting.
Okay, want some more discussion? Because we sure don't need to make this anything tight. If there's, are you ready now to go through and find number one?
Do you think there are enough of us to make this great decision?
Well,
Let's do it.
that's
All right.
Oh, I like principle of action. Okay, we'll go on through 1 through 5, opting for number 1 now. Number 1, again, 3. Oh, I'm supposed to say something. I was waiting for somebody to say something. Number 2.
It's 5.
5. Number 3. 4. 5. I guess we got 8 left.
Well, now, Madam Chairman, I would propose that since number 1 is really number 2 at this point, that we only have to find which we think is number 3.
But who's on first?
Right. I think that's
I lost you in the second one.
Do we have by common consent that number 2 is number 1 and number 1 is number 2 and number 3 would be either 3, 4, or 5? All right, let's go through the process then of taking a moment here and taking a look at that. Okay, number 3. Well, would you like some discussion on the remaining 3?
I would,
Joel?
just offhand, I would think that the first, that, you know, if we're voting for the third place, it's maybe not obvious. To me, it's obvious that it's probably going to be either 3, 4, or 5, which is the same gentleman who has number 2. And I'd hate to award one man 2 prizes, and I would say let's only award 2 prizes.
I think that's a very sensible suggestion.
I think we'll get ourselves in trouble in terms of the criteria that we put out when we began this contest.
Did we say we would have a 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
I think since we only announced first.
No. Jack has a copy of the data we put out. Now, you all may discuss it with whatever action you please, but...
Third prize is only a medallion, pressured as it may be, so I see no reason to let, why not give them 2 prizes? First and third in this particular instance.
Because we did say in that entry information that one might enter as many times as he wanted to, and so we shouldn't do limit to man's possibilities just because he entered more than
I
once.
did see 1 and 2 go to somebody, but 1 and 3 I would have no objection.
Oh, all right, 1 and 2 go to different people, and the number 3 doesn't really create a problem, does it? Clint?
I move that we give the third place to the young lady who's not represented so far, Adele Powell, if all it is a medallion. Since she tried hard and was really a semi-finalist.
Was there a second to that?
I second it.
You mean, Joel?
No, I was stunned.
We have a motion that the third place then would be Adele Call, number 3. It was seconded. Is there discussion? Call for the question. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion carries. And would you like to give us some specifics on some changes you would like? Is it necessary to get into that? Once it becomes our property, are we not then able to make those changes?
What do you think if they,
Clint?
I do being a publishing business?
I think that probably the logo committee can take it from here. We have indicated our interest in making sure that it's an average, and I so move for the logo committee to take it.
All right, do I hear a second?
I'm sorry. Just for point of discussion, I would think that if we award the first prize and somehow we say, here's the logo right there, and then all of a sudden we come out with a coin or something else and it's changed, that we may have some right to be upset. I would think it
No,
might be
I would
wise
think you have to meet
for us
with
to
him.
go back to him and say, we like your design and you've got first place, and maybe suggest some, could you work with us a little bit because we'd like to put some wording on it, or and how could you fit it in for us?
I believe, Clint, that was the intent of your motion.
So I do it any way you think
All right.
is better.
All right, that motion then has been made and seconded that the committee would be empowered to work with the winners, the ones that would be used to work out modifications that do seem appropriate. All right, is there further discussion, Jack?
I'd like to comment also in discussion that in this meeting we'd be receptive to any suggestions anyone might have. We'd like to, if anybody feels that anything different should be done, we'd like to receive their thoughts and to work it over in the local committee.
Great. Carol?
Is only the number 1 going to be used on the coin?
So actually, we'll really be seeing number 1 as a practical matter then. Okay, further discussion on the motion? Any objection? Motion carries. Jack?
Well, why don't we have
I just called for the,
first thing or comment?
for the question, and I heard no objection, so the motion carries. Jack?
Would you like the local committee to come up, or do we have somebody else do this publicity on this particular happening?
Yvonne?
Well,
I think we get some mileage.
definitely, but it will have to be after we know exactly the form it's going to be in, and also you will have to have made your decision on colors by then.
Then we
So
won't
that the
make-
first time the public sees it, that's the way it's going to be
All
from
right, we
then
don't
on.
want to make any announcements to the winner or anything until that.
No, I don't think so, because I think you'd create a problem. But I would like for you all to discuss, if you feel it's worth it, whether or will there ever be any use for the other 2, or will we just say they won and show them and forget it?
Take that up to committee.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We need committee reports, but I do have a couple of short items of business I must ask for you. I have had a specific, if you will indulge my changing the agenda, I had a very specific request for the Anchorage Bicentennial Commission to act as a sponsor for, there's going to be, and believe me, as a candidate, I had nothing to do with this, 4 of the community schools, Rabbit Creek, Tudor, Service Hand Shoe, and Sand Lake, are sponsoring a candidates fair that will have an invocation, a prayer, they will have a band, they will have refreshments. It will be sponsored by the 4 community schools. This is run through the Borough Parks Department. inviting all of the candidates that are running for local office, and they hope to have some razzmatazz and publicity. They specifically asked if the Anchorage Bicentennial Commission would agree to be a sponsor along with the community school for this. Ann Matthews appeared before the community school and talked about the community parks program, and they were very inspired and want to bring in the bicentennial whenever they can. It would be very nonpartisan, very basic type of, allowing candidates an opportunity to be heard. I bring it to you, and the request from the coordinator for this, and we'll get back to him with whatever you think is appropriate, or if you think it is appropriate for us to be involved.
What would be our responsibility, Alice?
Pardon me?
What would our responsibility?
Absolutely none. They're going to handle all of the advertising. I mean, and it would, they'll be sending notices home through the various schools, and of course, if our good Clint Andrews saw that there was something in the paper that the bicentennial was also one of the sponsors along with the community school, I'm sure they would be delighted. I don't know if it's the kind of a thing you want to be involved in, as I say.
You're purely asking us to sponsor, to lend our name.
To lend our name, along with those 4 community schools that I listed. They would also like to have the Anchorage Bicentennial Commission as a sponsor. We would not participate. There would be no dollars involved.
We don't have to organize anything.
No.
We don't have to send anybody.
I'll be there as a candidate, and I'll be wearing my striped hat, but I won't be there as the chairman of the bicentennial. I'll be there as a candidate, area-wide for the Charter Commission.
Oh. We're running for Charter Commission.
Oh, well, yes, Gwyneth.
How many hats can you wear at one time?
Boy, I'm juggling them now. Clint?
Madam Chairman, on Yvonne's door is a tremendous red, white, and blue ribbon. If you'll put it in the back of your head, we'll and go. I'll move we sponsor this.
I second.
All right. Is there a discussion? Do you have enough? As I say, I'm merely transmitting this information from request from them, and we'll get back to them. You have no objection then?
I think we should refer it to as Far North I just have one little lingering doubt, and maybe I shouldn't, but would you get any kind of criticism for the candidate and also for having the bicentennial sponsoring this thing? That would be my only concern.
I don't know. I didn't even think of that. And it, what was it? I'm searching for my files here. I think
that you railroaded this into.
Yeah.
That's right. You see, Jim is right here.
Young man by the name of Al Sachs called, the community school organizer. It did come out of Ann's. I hadn't, frankly, even thought of it, and
I think it's a great idea.
I don't know. What do you think?
We just don't want you to be. No,
Yeah.
that's right. I'm inclined to agree with Joel. I think that if you were not our chairman, this is right up our alley, and this is something they can understand. But truly, I think it does put you on the spot.
Well, that's a good point. I frankly hadn't considered it. And
I think we're
Jim?
Would you advise him that you referred it to the Far North by?
Oh, I think.
And she couldn't see the woods because of the trees.
Nothing's going to happen to that as to its success or lack of success, whether we take it. And if you feel there might be connection, because I told you early in the game, in no way, and I have not, would I utilize the Bicentennial Commission.
Right. From the outside.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. Clint?
I withdraw my motion.
Good.
May I make a comment? I think, how do you feel about letting Al Sachs know that the reason that we did not
I will call him, and there'll be no problem.
He called me and talked to me about it, and we have suggested to them that they do this, and now they've done it, so we want them to know why we turned this one down.
It's just that the board is tainted.
Instead of the bicentennial being a sponsor, Arliss would be a sponsor.
Believe me, I'll be there. Now, we need a decision. We haven't gotten into committee, but please don't go away. On the CETA person, Yvonne has made some, or interviewed some 4 or 5 people now. We had talked earlier that, well, to make the long and the short, we would like to be able to make a decision in the most expeditious way. Yvonne has interviewed these 4 people, is it now, or 5? 5 people. If at all possible, the Manpower Administration apparently has more jobs than openings, although we've had qualified people come. I'm wondering how the commission feels best to proceed on this. If they could give either a small group of the executive committee to get together after this meeting, or direct Yvonne, give Yvonne authority. She's prepared to go into some detail as to the people that we have. We need to move ahead. Jack?
If you have enough of your executive committee available and the time frame available, I would say use the executive committee. If you do not, you and Yvonne should do that.
All right. Would, how many do we have in the executive committee here tonight? 3, and anxious to go. I wonder if we, Clint?
Madam Chairman, I move that you and Yvonne make the selection. You're the ones who work.
All right. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Would you like to know anything about the people that are right now that?
No, we need to listen to you and
All
report
right.
back.
You heard the motion then. Is there discussion, objection? Hearing none. The motion carries. Very important things that we did not discuss are the committee chairman report, but it looks to me like everybody is on the edge of their chair needing to be somewhere else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want you to know, however, in a great spirit of unity, that the last night, and Betsy deserves much credit for what she's done, the borough did grant out of Service Area 30 park funds $10,000. Here's for Betsy. $10,000 had been earlier stated that the city would give contingent upon the borough doing the same, plus $10,000 from the private sector. Altogether means that there will be a consultant to move ahead for the next step, and Betsy's done a marvelous job on that. Now, Yvonne, do we have important things that have to be done at this moment before?
I have the
people go away?
report for the Arts Committee. I have a report for the CCC Committee. But I will say one thing that I do think is important. Aretta McClure is putting together for the Religion Committee an exhibit of religious art and artifacts, and this has been brought before the commission one time before, but she's most interested in having each of the commission members spend a minute or two thinking to put her in contact with persons who might have such religious art or artifacts. For instance, she has heard that in some of the early Episcopalian churches in Alaska there are beadwork for the altars that have been done by the local community. She just wants a lead to a lead, if you know a friend who knows a friend. Yes. And all she'd like you all to do is think about it. If you don't know of anybody, but you know a friend who might, if you'll pass that name on to Aretta, she'll follow it up. She needs that information.
Okay, there's one other thing. Anybody here, I would ask briefly in your comments to bring out the pertinent things. We are having a problem, and I'm sorry, I've had personal discussions with Mayor Roderick several times. We've attempted for 2 full months after having an agreement on Sandy's appointment to get it through the hierarchy, and I'm sorry, I've been very critical. Last night, the name was laid on the table. It should have been submitted in an earlier packet. They got into a discussion, which apparently they do on the assembly level every once in a while, about maybe we should talk to all of the candidates for, or people being suggested for all of the boards, and that died. Next week, as I understand, they will act on Sandy's appointment. Was there anything else, Larry? Except that I've pointed out, and I'm afraid lost my temper on this twice today. creates a hardship for the commission, and I feel it needs to move more quickly. We still have one opening, plus we will have an additional resignation of Lynn Chambers, who has a new job and will be doing a great deal of traveling. The Arts Committee, and I do want to point this on if you wish to make some comment to me, did recommend unanimously that Carol Durfner be the Arts Committee recommended person to join the bicentennial. And if any of you do care to make any comment on that, I'd be glad to hear it.
You mean for she to be appointed as a commissioner?
Well, that was their recommendation from the Arts Committee. Is that correct, Yvonne? So, if you wish to say anything on that. Round the table real quickly. Sandy?
Nothing.
Aurora? Joel? Jack? Carol?
I'm going to the Anchorage Borough School District Bicentennial Committee meeting on Thursday and the Mayflower Society on Friday. I do. So.
Could I talk to you a minute afterwards? I need to know about funding, possibly. Anna?
I need music for the 4th of July.
Music for the 4th of July?
Oh, I need music.
You mean bands, toodly-doo, and all of this?
I just wrote the Anchorage Symphony down. I need if anybody is here's any groups whatsoever, we have not approached the schools yet on whether or not they will be able to keep any of their bands together or use them with or without their uniforms. We will need help in how to go about that in the most positive manner. And I think I should maybe, you're really in with that, aren't you? No. Well, I've got to find.
I think Far North is our music department. Jim?
Good to be back.
We're hoping that your health is with you. You've had a rough go here. Gwyneth? Clint?
Madam Chairman, I'm in the hurriest to go, but I think we need to talk about something real quick. Beatty asked us for a letter.
Oh, and that was on my list, and I apologize.
And we didn't
We did not
give it to
specifically
her,
ask.
and there are some reservations. Now, what do we do now? Let it drop?
They asked, Beatty specifically asked us for a letter of support on the budget request that's going to the legislature, and I apologize because I'd written it down as number one and then jumped into this manpower problem.
Do we have to do that tonight?
Well,